We will start in a delay here tonight. Indians and the Yankees, Game 3 in this 4-game series. We've heard anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour, but until they roll that tarp back and they say play ball, we don't know for sure. But according to the radar, it does not look like this is going to be an extensive delay, so we hope to get underway within the hour, hopefully, here at Progressive Field. But some news today as the Indians, just a couple of days before the trading deadline, make a move. And this was something that was not anticipated, but because of the injuries to the Detroit Tigers, and they came fast and furious. When you lose Maglio Ordonez, Brandon Inge, Carlos Guillen, all to the DL in the same week, that forced, I think, GM Dave Dombrowski, I don't want to call it necessarily a panic move, but, you know, he was in push the panic button mode because they had to do something. They're already 4 games out of first, fading fast. Johnny Peralta is not going to be the answer necessarily, but he gives them a veteran bat to help some of those young players that are already in that Tigers lineup.
Well, and they've watched him over the years. Johnny coming up in 2003, and with the Tigers being in this division, they see him 18 times a year, and they know how he plays third base. Now, they're looking for him possibly to play defense because Inge is a very good third baseman. Yep. Johnny's got a very high fielding percentage. You're right. They needed a veteran out there, and Johnny Peralta hopefully is going to give them what they're looking for because in return they got a young left-handed pitcher.
A 6'4" left-hander out of Puerto Rico. And Giovanni Soto was the Gulf Coast pitcher of the year back in 2009, just a year ago, led the league in ERA. This year, Class A, Western Michigan, 6-6, 2.61 ERA. He'll go to Lake County and begin his Indians career with the Captains. So the hope is that because the Tigers were forced to go out and make a move, maybe the Indians found a real gem here in Giovanni Soto, but, you know, only time will tell. Class A is a long way from the big leagues.
Yeah, it sure is. I mean, but right now, I think they look at it this way. They also, I don't think we're going to pick up the option for Johnny next year, which was about a $7 million option. Mm-hmm. And if not, you at least get somebody in return. It's a left-handed pitcher right now, and they are going to pay some cash that goes along with Johnny's with the trade. So you usually get a better player when you trade money with it. So you never know what's going to happen.
Interesting, though, when you talk about Peralta and the potential future, and I agree with you. I did not see the Indians staying with Peralta beyond this season. But in the interim anyway, they call up Luis Valbuena. They bring him back from AAA Columbus. And, yes, he was swinging the bat well down there, but it hasn't translated so far this season in the time we have seen him at the big leagues. A lot of people are wondering right away, why not Jared Gettert, AAA third baseman who's really swung the bat well and is having a pretty good season. Why not him right away?
Well, I would think one thing, he's not a 40-man guy, is he? Is he? Well, and they may wait till September, you know. And also you have Jason Nix. He may end up getting some playing time over there at third base. I don't think Valbuena is going to play a whole lot of third base. You have Marte here that can play a little bit of third base. I don't know if Andy's an everyday third baseman, so we'll see if Nix is going to fill that void, maybe Marte. And, you know, you go on from there. This is a year where the Indians are taking a look at what they have on their 40-man roster. They have to make decisions on a lot of these players, and you don't want to start the clock on a young kid if they don't feel he's quite ready to bring him up just to get a look at him.
And you're right, he's not on the 40-man roster.
So that's why they would have to clear another
roster spot. Yeah. So, for now, the Indians have Valbuena back from AAA. We're obviously, as you pointed out, you've got Marte. We're going to see some Jason Nix, I would imagine, playing third base because he can play third. And, you know, maybe at some point this season we will see Jared Gettert. Maybe that's a September call-up decision that will be made. Manny Act has already said we will see Michael Brantley back here relatively soon. He did not seem to indicate that, you know, Brantley's going to be down there for in the next month or down there till a September call-up.
Well,
so
we still have a couple more days of trading. Who knows? They may not be done yet.
Good point.
I mean, if that's the case, I mean, we have enough outfielders. We have enough infielders now. Maybe there's more to come. We do not know yet.
Well, exactly. And as I pointed out, I don't think the Indians were anticipating trading Johnny Peralta. But when a team comes calling and they make you a good offer, you make the deal.
That's exactly right. And, I mean, that's what could happen.
So, as you saw, the grounds crew is removing the tarp, so that's obviously very good news for getting this ball game underway in the near future. In the meantime, we're going to send you to Tee It Up Ohio with Jimmy Hanlon and Mike Cairns, and Rick and I will be back just as soon as we've got the field ready to play ball. Indians-Yankees Game 3 in this 4-game series. second. He's digging for third. Ground ball to short. Cabrera flips to second, and the game is over. Play baseball tonight here at Progressive Field as the Indians take on the New York Yankees in Game 3 of this 4-game series. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. If you haven't heard by now, the Indians have traded Johnny Peralta to the Detroit Tigers in exchange for 19-year-old left-handed pitcher Giovanni Soto. So the Indians are moving on. It's life without Johnny from here on out.
Well, and Johnny coming to the Indians his very first year in 2003, and he started as a shortstop, and then, of course, in the last year or two going over to third base. And Johnny Peralta has been here quite some time. It's going to be a new world for Johnny. Normally when you make trades, it's not going to be in the same division. But with the Tigers hurting as much as they were, Johnny's going over to Detroit. I mean, they are decimated with injuries. You get a left-handed pitcher, Giovanni Soto, who is an A-ball. He will report to Lake County. Luis Valbuena is recalled from Columbus for some infield help here, and we'll have to see. Marte's at the third base spot tonight. We'll see if Jason Nix gets some spot, and maybe even Valbuena some work over there at third.
All right, here tonight it's Fausto Carmona on the hill for the Tribe as he will try to pitch the Indians to another win following up the great performance last night by rookie Josh Tomlin.
And I know if Fausto's eyes have been open the last 2 days, it's a matter of just throwing strikes. Go out there, stay aggressive. Don't let the Yankee hitters get in command of the control, because then you have to take something off, put it down the middle. But Fausto's been very good this year. He's been pitching left-handers in, and you can see he's 10-7, 10 wins this year. Month of July, he's pitched very well, 3-1, going up against A.J. Burnett, who is 8-8. He had a horrible month of June, and he's turned it around a little bit in the month of July.
Should be a great pitching matchup tonight as the Indians take on the Yankees at Progressive Field. We're back with the play-by-play action coming up next. Rain has moved through the area. Field is ready for play. Now we're just simply waiting on both starting pitchers to complete their warm-up tosses, most notably Fausto Carmona, who will be on the hill to start this game for the Tribe. He is still in the Indians bullpen, finishing up his warm-up tosses. And once he's ready to go, we will be underway tonight here at Progressive Field in the third of 4 games this week between the Tribe and the New York Yankees. They've split the first 2. Indians had a 2-1 lead in Game 1 of the series until the 8th inning when Curtis Granderson hit a game-changing 2-run homer that gave the Yankees an eventual 3-2 victory. Then last night, rookie right-hander Josh Tomlin, in his Major League debut, shut down this New York Yankees lineup, going 7 innings, allowing just 1 run. And the Tribe won it 4-1 to even the series at a game apiece. In case you missed any of last night's ball game, here's a look at Josh Tomlin. What a job he did in his first ever start in the big leagues.
Well, he was really effective with the cutter inside to left-handers and setting up with that changeup. It was basically a cutter. He threw about 5 curveballs, but he really made it look easy. He had a lot of guys going after it early account. When he did throw the 4-seam fastball, it seemed to be about 91, 92 up in the zone. They were looking for the off-speed pitches. He was able to break a couple of bats, had a couple of nice plays. And he really, he didn't look shaken out there. He went out there and he was on a mission, and it could be a very intimidating team to face when you go up against the New York Yankees. But he did his job. You come back, and anytime you can beat that team in your very first Major League start, that's something that he's going to remember for a very long time.
And this has been a special year, as you see there. Not since 1922 have the Indians had a pair of guys make their Major League debut and win in those games in the same season.
Well, when you think about it and you look at how many rookie wins that the Indians have, you've got Talbot who has 8. You had Gomez with 1. This kid has 1. So, they have 10 wins from rookies this year, which is pretty darn good.
Fausto Carmona has finished his warm-up tosses. He's left the bullpen. He's headed for the dugout. We'll be underway shortly here at Progressive Field. We're coming back with baseball right after this. Down Cleveland now after the rain has moved through. And we're just moments away from getting underway in Game 3 of this 4-game series here tonight. Earlier today, Minnesota finished up their thrashing of the Kansas City Royals. This was a low-scoring affair after you look at what Minnesota did earlier in the series. But the Twins beat Kansas City 6-4. Minnesota's now won 5 in a row.
Now it's their turn to get hot, I guess.
Delman Young homered for the 14th time this year. He's driven in 79 now.
He's having some kind of year
on the season. As you look, the Twins have drawn within a half game of the White Sox in the AL Central. And as we mentioned earlier, Detroit has already fallen 4 games off the pace. And I think it was really a necessity for Dave Dombrowski to go out and try to make some kind of move. And he gets Johnny Peralta from the Indians to take over at third, with Brandon Inge lost with the broken hand. Tigers also lost Maglio Ordonez, and Carlos Guillen also on the DL. So Detroit is really up against it as they start the night 4 games off the pace. They've lost 7 of their last 10. For the Indians, they've drawn even with the Kansas City Royals. In fact, if you consider that the Royals have lost, they're now a half game ahead of Kansas City in 4th place in the American League Central Division. And now we'll see if Fausto Carmona can pitch the Tribe to a win and pitch them into sole possession of fourth place in the Central Division, looking for win number 43 here tonight for the Indians. The New York Yankees starting lineup tonight is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz. Experience truly great engineering today at your authorized dealer. And for Joe Girardi's ball club, it's Derek Jeter leading it off, followed by Nick Swisher and Mark Teixeira. Alex Rodriguez stuck on 599 career home runs, hitting cleanup, followed by Robinson Cano and Jorge Posada. Curtis Granderson, Francisco Cervelli, and Brett Gardner rounded out.
And tonight's starting pitcher brought to you by the South Park Indians team shop in Strongsville. It's going to be Fausto Carmona making start number 21. He is 10-7, a 3.51 ERA. He's won his last 3 starts. He's 3-1 in the month of July. He's pitched very well. He did have a start earlier this year against the New York Yankees. That came May 28th. It was a loss. He went 6 innings, gave up 7 hits and 4 runs. He did walk 3. He struck out 3 and gave up a home run in that ball game. Let's take a look at the Taco Bell Indians defensive lineup behind Carmona tonight. It looks like this. In left field is going to be Kearns, center field is Crow, right field is Chu. It'll be Marte at third base, Cabrera at short, Donald is at second, Laporta is at first. Behind the plate, Santana. He got his night off last night. He'll be back in there tonight. And when you're making a choice for late night, Taco Bell is a late night place to be.
Dale Scott, the crew chief, calling the balls and strikes. Jerry Meals at first, Mark Wegner at second, Dan Isanya is down at third. So we're ready to go. Jeter steps in. He's gone 2 for 8 in the series. Tried to bunt his way on, fouls it straight back, and while Jeter may not be your prototypical leadoff hitter, like any leadoff guy, you keep him off the bases, it increases your chances for success.
Well, he's the guy that really had the big hit last night in the 9th inning for him to, bring that tying run to the plate. He did a terrific job off Perez, just going inside out. He's just a tough out no matter where you put him.
Jammed him. Slow roller to short. Cabrera charges. Bare hand grab. Throws him out. Nice play by Asdrubal Cabrera to record the first out tonight.
Well, he really got in the kitchen there at Jeter. He felt like he had to go with the bare hand, but there was that sinker coming in on the hands, on the fist. Cabrera, it's slow enough. Fields it cleanly with the bare hand, makes a very solid throw, and retires Jeter for out number 1.
So here is Nick Swisher. The former Buckeye is 2 for 7 in the series. He homered in the series opener, giving him 18 on the year. Carmona finds the outside corner for strike 1. As you said, Josh Tomlin last night did not walk a batter. Throw strikes, you at least give yourself a fighting chance against this lineup. You start walking guys, you're going to be in trouble.
And when you look at the first 2 games of this series, they are 0 for 18 that first time through the lineup. Jake Westbrook had 36 pitches. Tomlin had 35 pitches. You couldn't script it any better. They were 9 up and 9 down.
Yeah. Round ball to second. Donald. Easy flip. 2 down. Now to bring up Mark Teixeira. Switch hitting first baseman. Hitless in the series. 0 for 7. New York 63 and 36 on the year. They start tonight 2 games in front of Tampa Bay in the East. Detroit leads Tampa 2-1 early down in the 2nd inning at St. Petersburg, Florida. Red Sox desperate for a win, beat the Angels 7-3. They were 7 games back, even though they've won 3 straight now. And that's the problem as Teixeira rips this ball deep to right. Chu plays it off the fence. Good strong throw, and Teixeira slides in safely. That ball took a funny kick off the fencing of that bullpen. If it takes a true hop back to him, he might have had a play on Teixeira at second base.
That's why you never know. That chain link fence out in front of the bullpen where it hits, watch the deflection it takes. Now, if it hits the padding, choose right there. But when you watch it hit the screening or the fencing, it did take a funny hop, and that really took it out of play for Chu. You see it kick to the right or toward the foul line.
Mm-hmm.
And then by the time he could get a throw in, Teixeira gets a double. And he had his streak of 42 consecutive game stop via hit, walk, or anything last night.
So he's aboard with 2 down for Alex Rodriguez. And Carmona's pitch is outside for ball 1.
That is also the very first 2-out base hit in this series for the Yankees.
The 1-0. Missed down low with the 2 balls and no strikes. Rodriguez, 599 career home runs. Teixeira, the runner at second, with 2 down here in the first. Big chopper foul. And if you haven't been with us the first 2 games of the series, every time Rodriguez comes to the plate, they have to bring in special balls that are numbered so that that ball can be authenticated if and when he hits number 600.
Again, we always look at the home run porch. You know, that's jam-packed when he comes up to the plate. And I say if he hits a home run to get number 600, I think it's going out to right center field.
The 2-1. A little bit low, 3 balls and a strike.
A-Rod definitely not a pull hitter. He will pull a ball now if you hang him a break ball or something. But I think Fausto has too much on the baseball. He's either going to go straight away central over to right center. But that has been jam-packed for every at-bat.
Yes, it has.
I mean, they come from their seats. They congregate there. We ought to set up a barbecue out there and sell hot dogs.
Everybody's looking to cash in on what is estimated to be about a $100,000 baseball. There's a base hit into center field. Coming around third, Teixeira will score, and the Yankees strike first. Lead it 1-0. Rodriguez with his 82nd run batted in on the year. So the 2-out double by Teixeira pays dividends for New York.
Well, and I mentioned with Teixeira, he got the first 2-out base hit. Well, they go back-to-back, and they get on the board in the first inning. A flat sinker right there that stayed middle of the plate from Carmona, right back up the middle. And when you're playing deep, there's no way you're going to even have a chance to throw out Teixeira. So the Yankees jump up early, take a 1-0 lead. RBI number 82 for A-Rod. And there goes everybody from left field. See ya.
And Dale Scott says it's too low to Cano for ball 1. It's almost like when the police come and break up an angry mob. Fouled back by Cano. When the Yankees score first, they are one of the best in the business. 36-10 on the season. Last year, they were 66-20.
You know, when you look at their record, and of course they have 63 wins, that's more than anybody in all of baseball. They're a good come-from-behind team, too. They have in their mid-30s. You know, I mean, so if you do take an early lead, they've got the capabilities to come back. They lead the league in runs scored now. They have 538. On the flip side of that, you look at the Indians, they have 409. So they definitely, and that's why they don't play a lot of close ball games. 1 run.
In the air to left. Back goes Kearns. Backpedaling. Makes the catch on the warning track, and the inning is over. But the 2-out RBI single by Alex Rodriguez has the Yankees in front 1-0 as the Indians come to bat. He's on top 1-0, bottom of the first inning. A.J. Burnett on the hill for New York tonight. Here's the starting lineup for the Indians that he'll be facing, presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive, proud to be the official auto insurance provider of the Cleveland Indians. And it will be Trevor Crowe as Drupal Cabrera and Shin-Soo Choo at the top, followed by Carlos Santana, Travis Hafner, and Austin Kearns, Matt Laporta, then Andy Marte, and Jason Donald.
33-year-old A.J. Burnett on the mound for the Yankees tonight. He is making his 21st start. He is at .500, 8-8. And a .477 ERA. He beat the Indians on May 30th this year. He went 8 innings and had 8 strikeouts and did not walk a batter. So he had a very good outing last time he faced the Tribe.
And Burnett, a first pitch strike to Trevor Crowe, who is 0 for 6 in the series.
But in his career, 2-4 against the Indians. They have had their way. Struggled in the month of June, but has turned it around here in the month of July.
Big chopper foul. Indians looking for somebody in that leadoff spot to take hold. As Crowe tries to bounce one by Rodriguez, and he does. Gardner cuts it off, and Crowe has a leadoff single. And that's the first hit for an Indians leadoff man out of the #1 spot in the order. In their last 5 games now, they were 0 for their last 14.
Well, it doesn't matter. He used the whole field. It's a breaking ball. Trevor Crowe was able to keep his hands back enough and slaps it. You see A-Rod's off the line, and you're figuring there's no way he should be able to hit a breaking ball down the line, but it was upstairs, and he let it track deep into the zone, and he did slap it by A-Rod at third base.
Now as Drupal Cabrera steps in with Rodriguez at the cut of the grass at third.
Now, with these two pitchers on the mound, both Burnett and Carmona, they lead the league in stolen bases against. Burnett has allowed 26 stolen bases this year. Carmona has allowed 22. So now, if you're Manny Acta, you can try and start putting that running game in order. I mean, he's going to spend some time and keep an eye on the guys over there because he's obviously slow to home plate.
Burnett ready. The 0-1 runner holds, and a strike is called. It's 0-2.
You know, usually the average time that a pitcher delivers the ball to home plate is about 1-3. I would say that is average for everybody in the league. And Burnett is about 1-4 to 1-4-5. So he's a little bit slower. So if you've got a guy that you feel can run, and Crowe can, if he can get that jump, you're going to send him.
The 0-2 swung on and missed. So Burnett comes right back on 3 pitches to strike out Cabrera. 1 down.
Let's take a look at the Yankees defense, brought to you by Huntington Bank. Gardner, Granderson, Swisher in the outfield. Rodriguez, Jeter, Cano, Teixeira on the infield. Again tonight behind the plate, Cervelli. He was a fill-in because Posada had a sore left knee. Posada's DHing. The Yankees second in the league in defense. They made a couple of errors last night that cost them.
Shin-Soo Choo looks at a ball outside. Choo has had a good series, going 4 for 8 with a double. Burnett, meanwhile, pretty sharp here at the outset. 6 out of 7 strikes thrown. Runner goes. Pitch is low. Throw down. Got him.
Well, he picked the right pitch, man. He got a curveball. And Cervelli did a nice job. I thought he had a decent jump. And he picked the curveball, but he gets thrown out. That's the third time Crow has been thrown out trying to steal a base. And, I mean, that wasn't the easiest of throws. So there you'll see the tag applied. Jeter puts it on him before that foot gets to the base. And you're caught.
So with 2 down, the 2-0 to Chu. Check swing foul back. Now a 2-1 delivery to the Indians' number 3 hitter, and Chu fouls it away. 2-2. Burnett winds, delivers, and Chu smacks that into right center field. It's in the gap. Swisher tries to cut it off. He slipped a little bit, and Chu easily into second base with a 2-out double.
Chu continues to swing a hot bat. Took the pitch. You see they want it down, and it's a hanging breaking ball. He left it. It stayed up there and said, hit me. He didn't get on that curveball. When he's on his curveball, if he throws it, a lot of times he'll bounce it. That's why he has 9 wild pitches. That one stayed up. An easy pitch for Chu to hammer, and he does, into the alley.
And now Carlos Santana, who sat out last night. Manny Acta giving him a night of rest. Might not see another one of those for a while.
Well, you know, every once in a while when you're a young player like Santana, he's been playing a lot every day, and it's the intensity of not only hitting but catching at this level, handling pitchers. You need a mental break more than anything, I think, for Santana.
And I think Manny recognized he was pressing a little bit offensively.
Yeah, especially from the right side of the plate. Yeah, he understands.
Swing and a miss. Santana just 2 for 13 on the homestand. Alertly, Chu runs down to third when the ball squirted loose from Cervelli.
See, that's what I'm talking about with his curveball. He'll bounce it a lot, and that's why. That's his 10th wild pitch. And that's when you're on the bases, you always have to be aware of that ball going in the dirt. It's not easy for a catcher to block that ball and keep it in front of him all the time. So Chu wisely scoots into third.
But Santana's in an 0-2 hole here. Missed up high with that pitch. And really missed his location badly because Cervelli wanted that down and in.
Well, a lot of times we see the starters that go out there and they're feeling their way through this first inning with various different pitches. But he hasn't given up. That curveball he's going to need it to be effective. There it is.
Strikes him out. Indians, no runs, 2 hits, 1 man left aboard. 1-0 New York after an inning of play. Subway, play hard, eat fresh. By Continental Airlines, work hard, fly right. And by your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers. Second inning, 1-0 New York. Jorge Posada, Curtis Granderson, Francisco Cervelli to bat for the Yankees against Fausto Carmona. Fausto only needed 5 pitches to get the first 2 outs in that first inning. But that the Yankees then got back-to-back hits, a double by Teixeira and an RBI single by Rodriguez to take the 1-0 lead. Oh, and 2 the count on Posada, who sat out last night's game, was a late scratch with left knee soreness and DHing tonight. We mentioned last night with Josh Tomlin pitching that gem, it was reminiscent of Billy Traber's game against the Yankees when he tore a 1-hit shutout. The only hit in that game was John Flaherty, who's now an announcer with the Yankees, and I was asking him about that game earlier today, and he said I was a late replacement. I wasn't supposed to start that game, but Posada was banged up, so I ended up being the kind of last-minute starter. And he said, I remember thinking to myself, how is it that I'm the only guy in this lineup that has a hit tonight?
Isn't that how it always goes?
Time now for the AT&T trivia question. Four former Yankees catchers have also managed the team. Can you name all 4 of them? Other than Girardi and Yogi Berra. Here's the 0-1. Granderson checks. He went too far, says third base ump Dan Isanya. 0-2 the count. Now the 0-2. Granderson 2 out of 6 in the series with that big 2-run homer in the 8th inning Monday night in the series opener. Still 1-2. Granderson with Francisco Cervelli on deck here in the second. Just a little bit outside. There is Cervelli, the Yankees catcher. The 2-2. And a base hit for Granderson. Browns training camp will open Saturday in Berea, and STO will be there once again with Training Camp Daily. Jim Donovan, Doug Deacon, Tony Grossi, Mary Kay Cabot, Andre Knott, and the coach Sam Rutigliano all return to provide updates as the Browns get ready for the upcoming season. It's Training Camp Daily, Saturday night at 10 right here on STO. Francisco Cervelli is 0 for 6 in the series. He's got a runner at first and 1 out. Here in the second.
This is the guy that you could use and hit and run against. You know, with the ground balls that Carmona puts up, we always talk about it. Leads the league in inducing ground ball double plays. He has 21 of them, and you know when you get up there, you got a guy that can run. Granderson can also steal a base if need be. He's 8-0.
I was thinking too.
You know, he hasn't been caught yet. We remember the year that he had over in Detroit. Wasn't he a 30-30 guy? He had about 20 triples, and boy, it's some kind of year. The
1-0 pitch out.
They're thinking along the same lines. The one thing that does hurt, though, is there is one out, and you hate for him to give up another one. You know, if it's not a very good pitch for him to swing at.
Carmona falling behind. Cervelli 2-0 here. Yankees catcher taking a little extra time. Strike called. Throw down to first. Back with a dive. Granderson just beat the tag of Matt Laporta. And it's 2-1 now.
Yeah, that year Granderson had over in Detroit, I think they said it was 06, 23 homers, 23 triples, 38 doubles, 26 stolen bases. 07 that was.
Runner goes, fouled away.
And they started him right there, 2-1 count.
Yeah, he hit .302 that season. 38 doubles, 23 triples, 23 homers. Fists it the other way, and it's going to go through. Granderson stops at second base. And back-to-back singles with one out here in the second for New York.
Boy, he couldn't have thrown that ball in a better place. With that first base hole open, he's just going to take that ball upstairs, and that's what makes it easier to go the other way. Doesn't have to work those legs for it when it's up. And he just flares it over there, and it hit dirt. Gets into right field, but it's a single. So back-to-back singles, first and second with one out. Give Gardner a chance.
And a first pitch strike. And now Fausto will look for that double play ball to try and help himself out here.
Yeah, that's a tough guy to get it off of, though. He can get down the line in a hurry.
It's got to be an atom ball, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It's got to be a one-hop atom ball because he can fly.
Missed inside.
You know, he's a guy that fits into this lineup nicely. When he threw out Chu last night at home plate, that was his 8th assist this year. And he does that well. He can steal bases. And, you know, you have to pitch to him. You have Jeter on deck, so you put him in that number 9 hole, and you get into situations like this, and you pretty much have to throw him strikes because you're not going to mess around with him and walk him in with Jeter behind him. So he's sitting in the catbird seat, and he's saying, okay, let's go. You know, and he can hit that fastball, and he does it well. 295 batting average. You look into the number 9 hole, he's got 34 RBIs. Pretty good.
The 1-1. Chops it just wide of third. And now Gardner down on the count of ball and 2 strikes. You know, you were talking a moment ago, Rick, about Curtis Granderson that year he had in 07, and it got me thinking that same year, Grady Sizemore had 34 doubles, 24 homers, and 33 stolen bases. I mean, those were the premier center fielders in the division and really in the American League.
Exactly right. Well, and you can't forget about Torrey Hunter and guys like that, but we've got to see those two go at it, you know, a lot of times.
Big chopper in the hole again, a base hit. Coming around third, Granderson will try to score. Here's Chu's throw to the plate. He is safe. He avoided the tag with a tremendous slide around Santana. And the Yankees now lead it 2-0 on Gardner's RBI single. Boy, Chu made a great throw, and I thought for a moment they were going to get him, Rick, but
credit Curtis Granderson with this slide. He went as far as he could to the backstop side of the plate to get his arm there. Chu fires a seed. If it was down a little bit, he would have got him. You see him get the plate right before Santana could get him. That was a beautiful slide. Here's a better look at it. Get the hand in comes the slide. It almost had to be knee-high if Carlos was going to get him.
You could see Santana trying to get that leg out there to get him off the plate, but Granderson beat it.
The throw was up there just high enough he couldn't do it, and good speed. So that New York will take a 2-0 lead.
3 straight singles. All 3 of them punched through the right side hole in the infield. And now Derek Jeter grounded out his first time up. Remember, the Yankees came into this game 0 for 10 in the series with a runner in scoring position. They're already 2 for 2, and I make that 2 for 2 tonight. Our PNC Achievement of the Game brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in us all. This guy's some kind of an achiever.
Well, you're right. He's just a treat to watch. True professional. Plays the game the way it should be. There was talks a couple of years ago where he was slowing down. They didn't think he could play shortstop anymore. I couldn't picture or vision this guy in another uniform. The year he came up in, 96? He's got to die a New York Yankee.
Now the 0-2. Rifled foul. Now those 3 straight hits given up by Carmona here in the inning. Piling up the pitch count now. This will be number 40 on the night for Fausto. He really jammed Jeter his first time up with that sinking fastball in on his hands. Runner goes from first to second, and the ball's in the dirt. Santana no chance, and Gardner has the steal. That's his 28th stolen base on the year.
Yeah, perfect time to run. Well, he gets a stolen base, second and third, takes the double play out of order. So a ground ball to the middle part of the field will get a run home.
And the 1-2. Jeter fights it off. See if Carmona can get a strikeout. That's really what he'd love to get here. That went in off the plate.
He's having a hard time commanding his fastball today. That ball's running in and off the plate. His breaking stuff, it seems like it's been okay, but the fastball command has hurt him.
Swung on and missed. He got him with a changeup. 2 down.
Well, you asked for it, and I'll tell you what, that's a tough guy to strike out, but that is a big out. He goes inside, and look at the location. That's a changeup, 85 miles per hour, and it's got good movement. The bottom comes in, and it really ties Jeter up. He's just trying to put that ball in play. Cannot do it. If he can get out of here and keep it a 2-0 ball game, you should feel very fortunate.
Nick Swisher is the batter. Grounded to second his first time up. You're right. You almost feel like this is a big moment early in the game. Swisher chops it foul. 2-out hit here, and the Yankees have a pretty good cushion with A.J. Burnett on the hill, even though he has had his struggles this year. Good block by Santana. 1-1 the count. with the movement that Carmona has, you've got a runner on third base. You really have to be on your toes behind the plate.
Yes, you do. You're seeing it dive down in, and he did a nice job. That ball hit the middle part of that glove, and he could just flip it out in front of him.
It's hot and humid, but I don't know that Fausto didn't just dunk his whole hat in a bucket of water before he came out here.
Well, he's working hard. That's number 30 in the inning. Pitch number 30 right there.
He's one strike away from limiting the damage to a single run here in the second. Trying to keep it a 2-0 game. Missed with it. Evens the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Francisco Cervelli, the runner at third, with Brett Gardner. Great wheels at second base. And the 2-2 to Swisher is foul into the lower deck. Bounced around and then somehow ricocheted back out onto the field. Nobody could get their mitts on it. Carmona laboring a bit here in the second inning. The right-hander's 2-2. Santana blocks it again, and that'll force Cervelli to hold at third. And now it's a full count on Nick Swisher. And this will be pitch number 50 on the night already for Fausto.
Yeah, it has been a battle for Fausto.
And on the 3-2, he lost him. Now the bases are loaded, and Mark Teixeira will be the batter. And Tim Belcher going to make his first trip to the mound.
Well, that's the one thing you don't want to do is end up giving up free passes. Although Swisher's got a good eye at the plate. He walks a lot. But, boy, Fausto is having one rough inning right here trying to get through it. Still only giving up one. If he can get out of this, hopefully he gets in there and maybe settle down a little bit, needs a little breather to rethink, and that's what Belcher's going out to talk to him now. It was time to send along some birthday wishes. Kathleen Olowinski of Lorraine is turning 91. Henrietta Orris of Merritt Island, Florida is 82. And Howard Sargent of Manaway turning 91. Happy birthday to each and every one of you.
Well, Belcher goes back to the dugout. And Yankees everywhere you look now. Mark Teixeira doubled to right field his first time up. Indians have a 3-man shift on the right side. Teixeira rifles it into right field. That'll bring home 2 more. And New York now leads it 4-0. Mark Teixeira with a 2-out, 2-run single.
Well, that hurts right there. And, you know, once your pitcher coach comes out and talks to you, I think Teixeira's sitting back there licking his chops thinking, all right, try and get ahead of me with a fastball. And he did. But the location of it wasn't very good. It all comes from location. And Teixeira now 2 for 2. Drives in 2. It is now 4-0 Yanks.
And Alex Rodriguez is the 8th man to bat in the inning. Two on, 2 out. Rodriguez, a 2-out RBI single his first time up. Popped him up. Shallow right, out goes Donald. The second baseman is under it, and the inning is over. But the Yankees score 3 more, lead it 4-0, middle of the second. second inning. Tribe has their work cut out for them, down 4 early. And bottom 2, we'll see Travis Hafner, Austin Kearns, and Matt Laporta come to the plate against A.J. Burnett, who did yield a pair of hits in the first inning, but did not give up a run. Fausto Carmona could use a breather. Spent 20 minutes on the hill in the top half of this inning. We'll see what the Indians offense can do to answer. Hafner 1 for 4 in the series. Sat out last night's game. And takes a strike. One ball and one strike. And a strike called to make the count 1-2. Carmona catching his breath.
Well, I'm sure he's rehashing that inning, that second inning, what he went through. He had an opportunity to get out of that with giving up just the 1 run, but Teixeira got him, made it a 3-run inning, and now you're down in the hole, so you can't afford to give anything else up as long as you're out there. Yes.
They said he did not go.
Okay, because I saw him call one earlier right at home plate, and they did it a lot, in the first 2 games?
2-2 the count on Hafner.
No, he didn't.
Burnett delivers, and it's a little bit outside, full count. Austin Kearns waits on deck. And the payoff pitch to Prunk is low, ball 4. Indians get their leadoff man aboard for the second time tonight. Let's get a look at our Subway fresh face of the game. Jared Gettert, in 45 games at Akron, has hit .325 with 7 homers, driven in 32. He was promoted to Columbus back on June the 5th, and he's really tearing it up now at AAA. Subway fresh face of the game brought to you by Subway. Play hard, eat fresh. Austin Kearns, swing and a miss, 2 for 4 in the series. Strike called, inside corner, 0-2. A.J. Burnett was originally an 8th round pick of the New York Mets back in 1995. Coming out of high school in Little Rock, Arkansas. Went to the Marlins in 1998 as part of the Al Leiter trade. Kearns sends a sky-high
Just
drive.
missed it.
Left center field, Gardner and Granderson. It's Gardner who makes the grab. 1 away. This is our great clip of the game, brought to you by Great Clips. Going back to last night, Matt Laporta against the man he was traded for, C.C. Sabathia. The RBI double. Relax. You're at Great Clips. Three for 7 with 2 doubles in the series for Laporta. Back out of play. There's CC Sabathia, last night's starter.
Well, that loss was the first since, what, May 23rd for CC.
Yeah.
Span of about 11 starts.
Quite a spending spree for the Yankees when they went out and inked not only Burnett, but Sabathia
and Teixeira. It's almost, what, a $500 million, or close to it.
Swung on and missed.
See, 2 of the 4 runs given up were earned. It doesn't matter. It's still, you put that L in that loss column. That was his 4th loss.
Laporta lays off. 2-2. And after Burnett went down to the Marlins, he eventually became a free agent, went to the Blue Jays, signed a big contract with Toronto, and then opted out of that deal to become a free agent and sign with the Yankees. That foul tip went right into the chest protector of Dale Scott. You could hear the thud. Count still 2-2.
Well, what Burnett is doing now is 6 of his first 7 hitters faced. He's had them down in the count 0-2 or 1-2.
Yeah, 29 pitches, 20 strikes.
Yeah, I mean, he's pounding the strike zone. So he's first inning, he was getting a feel for that breaking ball. Couldn't really put it where he wants to, but he was still pitching ahead in the count.
Full count now as that ball was in the dirt. And, of course, a veteran pitcher like Burnett, given a 4-run lead, certainly makes it a little easier for him to relax. In the first couple of games of the series, the Yankees didn't swing the bats very well. So, whether it was Sabathia or Vasquez, they had to make every pitch count. Burnett with a 3-2 to Laporta. Ball 4. He's walked 2 in the inning. And now you got to make him pay for it if you're the Indians. Let's go back to the studios for an in-game update with Al Pawlowski.
All right, Matt, Rick, this started out well for Chicago in the first inning. Runners at first and third. Burley picks off Branyan. However, he's in a run down. The runner from third comes home. Ramirez throws wild, and the Mariners get a run. They're up 3-1 now, second inning. Back to you.
Paul Konerko looked like he was running in slow motion, chasing Russell Branyan.
Well, he does. I mean, he's running as hard as he can.
Andy Marte was inserted into the starting lineup after the Tribe traded Johnny Peralta. And he takes a strike. Two on, 1 out. And it's 0-2. Marte with Jason Donald to follow here in the second. Tribe down 4-0. Trying to get some momentum back here and get on the board. High fly ball, right field. Back goes Swisher. He'll make the catch. Hafner will tag and go to third. Now there are 2 down. Now to bring up Jason Donald, who has gone 1 for 6 in the series. Now we'll see if the Tribe can come through with that big 2-out hit.
Boy, it would certainly be nice if you can get one on the board here just to change a little bit of that momentum and answer the 3-run top half of the second.
Donald fouls it out of play to the right. Happy birthday wishes going out tonight to Debbie Franzak, who is originally from Parma, celebrating her 52nd birthday in Las Vegas, where she watches all the Tribe games on satellite with her husband.
All right.
So happy birthday wishes to Sin City tonight. The 0-1 fouled back out of play.
You usually make your annual trip there, don't you, in the October, November?
I wouldn't say annual.
Oh, semi-annual. Let me put it that way.
When they get the better of you, it tends to become biannual. Every other year, every couple of years.
Well, I remember when you used to make a couple trips a year there.
Donald with a ground ball to short. Jeter goes to second to end the inning. Indians threaten but do not score. And after 2, it's 4-0 New York. Back here, remind you to stay tuned later in the game to see our Miller taste greatness moment. Trevor Crowe, Asdrubal Cabrera, Shin-Soo Choo. Here in the third for the Indians. Excuse me. That'll be the bottom of the third. Robinson, Cano, Jorge Posada, Curtis Granderson here for New York. As Carmona fires and a ground ball foul. Hoping to talk to Mark Shapiro in the 4th inning. After the Tribe made a trade just before tonight's ball game, sending Johnny Peralta to the Detroit Tigers in exchange for 19-year-old left-handed pitcher Giovanni Soto. He's pitching a Class A ball. In fact, he'll go to the Lake County Captains. Back is Kearns. Out of room. High off the fence. Makes a nice play off that wall, but Cano is into second base with a double.
Does that guy have easy power the other way or what? It didn't look like he swung that hard at that ball, but boy, it certainly had some carry. Second double for the Yankees and another base hit, and they are, there's another pitch out. Look at that. That ball carried halfway up. That hit the auxiliary scoreboard. An easy double for Cano. Number 28 for him, and another leadoff double. Or a leadoff man aboard. Well, first time tonight that they've had the leadoff man aboard. So
it appears as though Carmona doesn't have it here tonight. And he's going to have to reach down and find something before the Yankees turn this into a rout.
Well, it's getting close. I'll tell you that. It's getting really close. They have 7 hits. We're in just the top half of the 3rd inning.
Missed outside. And all of a sudden, Santana's going to go out and try to talk to Carmona. who's fallen behind a Posada 2-0 with a leadoff double here in the third. And this game in danger of getting away from him. Not what Manny Acta had in mind.
Well, after watching those first two games, you know, everything, the tempo and everything was up speed. Well, right now, what do you have? About a 35-pitch inning in his last inning. He really struggled to get through it.
Posada fouls it away. We'll visit with Indians pitcher Jake Westbrook in the bottom of the third when the Indians come to bat from down in the Tribe dugout.
Well, this will be pitch number 60. That just, I mean, that sums it up right there for Carmona.
Full count. Carmona has been so good this year. It's one of those deals where you start to expect the guy to be good every single time out.
Well, yes, you do. I mean, that's what you look forward to. I mean, build up, you build up, you build up. But tonight, he just doesn't have it. He's not working as quickly. You can tell. You see how slow he's working tonight? You just don't feel it.
Well, Portable taking himself one down. Cano goes over to third.
Well, tomorrow night we'll wrap up this season series with the New York Yankees for 2010. It's going to be Dollar Dog Night. Gate C will open at 4:30. Come on down, watch batting practice and Dollar Dogs all night long.
Indians bring the infield in with Curtis Granderson at the plate and Cano at third with one out. Manny Acta does not want to fall any further behind if he can help it. Granderson singled between first and second his first time up. That was the first of 3 straight singles in that inning. Three 3-0 the count. Francisco Cervelli waits on deck. Swung on and missed. I thought maybe he was just working around him to set up a double play, but he went right at him. And
I knew he'd be swinging too, boy. When you've got a free shot, you've already got a 4-run lead, and you're going to look for that fastball. You're going to let him swing. Man on third.
High drive, left center field. Nobody's going to get it off the wall. Scoring is Cano. Granderson on his way to third with a triple.
See, there's the one thing about Granderson. He's out of the box. He doesn't look for it and expect it to be a home run. He was around. I looked that ball go off the wall, and he was 5 feet from second base. And he just continued into third, so now it's a triple. So Granderson gets his second base hit, and I mean he's off to the races out of the batter's box. That's where triples are made. Crow didn't play it poorly off the wall either. Look at him. He's running, and he knew he was going to get into third base.
And now you got the infield in with no force. Runner at third, and it's Cervelli, who singled the other way through the right side of the infield his last time up.
Yes, it's safe to say it is not Fausto Carmona's night.
And the bullpen is about to get busy.
They are going to get their work in tonight, that's for sure.
Hit him.
Ouch.
Cervelli will take his base. And first and third with one out for Brett Gardner if Cervelli gets to first base.
Oh, he's just got to walk it off. That hurt. You could hear him screaming all the way up here.
I think he got him on the elbow.
Well, he was hit with a bat last night too, wasn't he? With from Duncan on the follow through.
Same elbow.
On that elbow. That looked like he got caught last night. So that may just Oh, ouch. That's the same elbow that he got hit with the bat last night. Same spot.
Cervelli will stay in there.
He's just got to get some feeling in the hand. You can see him shaking and trying to get something going. That hurt. That's like fouling a ball off your shin or something and then doing the exact same spot the next day after you already got the pain out of there.
Hector Ambry's loosening in the Indians bullpen. 5-0 New York. Hammered to right field. Probably extra bases for Gardner. He's on his way to second with an RBI double as Granderson scores. 6-0 New York. And runners at second and third, still only one out.
As soon as he's ready, he will go to that bullpen because Carmona does not have it. They're getting on that first fastball and watch it middle of the plate. He hasn't had, that wasn't middle, that was sort of in, but he hasn't had command of that fastball tonight.
Was that a changeup?
Could have been. You know, I mean, if it was, I didn't see the speed on it.
I thought it said 84.
Well, then that was a changeup. And it speeds up his bat. That's exactly what it was, a changeup. Another extra base hit.
Infield still in for the Tribe. Jeter, 0 for 2 is the batter. 70th pitch already for Carmona, fouled back. Jeter with a ground ball to first. Laporta grabs it coming home. Throw is dug out by Santana. He'll chase Cervelli back and tag him out. Nice heads-up play by Laporta to cut off the run at the plate. 2 down.
Well, he didn't hesitate either. He anticipated. He knew he was going to be coming. So watch, he just turns and expected him right there and makes a very nice throw. He picked it. Santana just going to run him back. He's got nowhere to go, and he was trying to get into that rundown to allow Jeter to go to second base, but he couldn't do it. So fielder's choice, 3-2.
And Nick Swisher, the batter, with 2 down. Outside for ball 1. Swisher grounded to second in the first, and then he walked in the second inning. That walk loaded the bases, and then Mark Teixeira followed with the 2-out, 2-run single that made it a 4-0 Yankee lead. And now Swisher with a line drive into left field makes it 7-0 New York.
Well, he can't wait much longer.
Maniacta will make a move to the bullpen, but I'm afraid the horses have left the barn. New York with a run in the first, 3 in the second, 3 more here in the third. And they lead it 7-0 as Carmona gets the hook. 7-zip New York. Yankees still batting here in the third inning. 2 on and 2 out on our H.H. Gregg pitching change. Hector Ambrose on for the 24th time this year. And the Indians will be looking for him to log some innings here tonight.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Now it comes time with the bullpen. This is a long man's job, is go out there and give him about 3 innings if you can. Although the first 2 games of this series was very well by the starters, so the bullpen had a little bit of rest. So now maybe Manny can get a lot of guys some work tonight. And Ambrose, he pitched last against Tampa on the 24th. He pitched an inning and did not allow a run. Had zeros across the board.
Fausto's shortest outing of the season. Prior to this, his shortest outing was a June 24th start in Philly, where he only lasted 4 innings, giving up 7 runs on 9 hits. Ambrose misses ball 1 to Mark Teixeira, who is 2 for 2 with a double, a single, and 2 runs batted in. One and 1 the count. Yankees finally snapping out of their offensive doldrums. They were 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position in the first 2 games. They're 6 for 10 tonight. Foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. But this is too good of a lineup to not eventually break out of it.
Well, yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, you got to continue to make great pitches, and then tonight Carmona was living middle of the plate, and it just didn't work. They're going to eventually come get you.
Teixeira able to hold up. 2-2 the count.
That's why when you get this team in a low-scoring ball game like they had the first 2 nights, you have to win those games. Because of, eventually it's just a matter they're going to snap out of it. And rarely do you come in and play it in a 4-game series. We still have 1 to go. So hopefully you don't want to get them going for tomorrow night as well. They scored out of the 4 games. They scored heavily back in New York in that first series.
Yeah. They scored the Indians matched them in one of those games.
Well, that was the only win, that 13-11 game, and they had the lead. But, they scored 8 in the first game, 11 in their loss.
Looked like a pretty good pitch, but Dale Scott calls it ball 4. Now the bases are loaded again. Yep. And the Yankees have batted around here in the third. Alex Rodriguez, who was the 8th man to bat in the second, is now the 9th man to bat here in the third. And once again, we get the new batch of baseballs for Rodriguez as he steps to the plate. Hector Ambrose has nowhere to put him. And the pitch. Down low. This is so far the smallest of the crowds we've had in this series. But still, those who are here. The flashes are going off around the ballpark. Ambrose, 2-0. Crowded out onto the home run porch and left. Missed. No, he caught the outside corner.
Wow. Sometimes you take it, sometimes you give it. That didn't look like a strike to me from that angle.
Bases loaded, 2 down, and the 2-1 pitch. And strike 2 call to even the count. He's only 2 behind the Iron Horse.
Yeah, well, you look at, he's tied with Manny, and Manny, that's a lot of grand slams. My goodness, look at the names up there.
The 2-2 pitch. Oh, boy. 3-2.
Well, that brushes him back, but when you're giving that outside, you're not going to get both sides.
Well, the runners will be off on the 3-2 pitch. Yankees lead it 7-0 here in the third. And the payoff is fouled back. Jeter, the runner at third. Swisher, the runner at second. Teixeira is down at first. Yankees have already scored 3 in the inning. And they lead it 7-0. Ambrose trying to end the inning here. Rodriguez trying to permanently stamp his name in the record books. And the 3-2. Got him! Ambrose strikes him out, and the Yankees leave him loaded. Indians are down 7-0. Crowd doesn't care. Top bottom of the third inning. Matt Underwood, Rick Manning with you. Joined now by Indians pitcher Jake Westbrook down in the Tribe dugout. A rough one for Fausto Carmona tonight. And I was saying to Rick, Jake, when a guy pitches as well as Carmona has this year, you just expect him to be great every time out. But every once in a while, you hit a bump in the road like this.
Yeah, I mean, shoot. I mean, he's pitched so well for us all year. And, it's a tough lineup they got over there. So, I mean, you can't pitch well all the time. So he didn't have his good stuff tonight, and they made him pay for it. So hopefully we can get some runs to go in here and shut them down here from bullpen and see what happens.
Jake, when you have to prepare for a lineup like this, going in, you better be on top of your game. But you guys, the way you pitched the other night, the way Tomlin pitched last night, you were very aggressive, and you made these guys swing the bats, and you had to throw strikes.
Well, you have to. Their lineup, man. You have to. You have to be aggressive. They're a very patient team, but they hit mistakes, and so if you go right after these guys and you let them know you're going to be in the zone, you can make them swing at bad pitches or pitchers' pitches, and hopefully you can get to do that. And JT did a great job last night, and that was pretty impressive to do that. What he did last night in his first ball game.
I know you were disappointed with the final result in your outing on Monday night. But when you had time to sit back and look at the overall work that you did in that game, how'd you feel you threw the ball?
No, I mean, I felt like I threw the ball pretty well. You know, I made that one mistake actually two mistakes, one to Swisher and one to Granderson that cost us. But all in all, I felt real strong about the way I performed. I felt real strong about the rhythm I had, and pretty much the whole ball game. It was just disappointing and frustrating the way we lost it, but I mean, I took a lot from that ball game. I felt real bad after that 4-run inning in Minnesota, but something really irritated me about that inning, and I just for the next 3 innings after that, I kind of got locked in and was just pitched with that irritated feeling of I don't want that to happen anymore. So I reminded myself going into that ball game 2 nights ago that's the feeling I don't want to have, and is that irritated feeling and that locked in feeling to where go right after these guys and pitch your game and just focus.
Jake, a couple of days left with this trading deadline, and one of your teammates that have been around a long time traded today to the Tigers. Were you a little surprised?
Yeah, well, a little bit, just because it was getting so late. I didn't know if anything was going to happen. But, the Tigers are they're beat up with injuries, and they needed some players, and, so they, worked out a deal with us for Johnny P. So, it's tough to lose a teammate that I've had for so long, but it's kind of the nature of the game and the way we've been going the last couple of years.
Jake, you've been around. You've been traded. You've seen teammates come and go via trade, via free agency. So you understand, obviously, that this is a part of the business side of baseball. But there are a lot of young guys in that clubhouse that haven't been through this, that haven't seen these types of things happen during a season. What's your sense on just how this kind of thing plays in the clubhouse with such a young team?
Well, I mean, it's tough because they learn real fast. I mean, a lot of these guys are from trades, so
that's true.
So I mean, they understand that in itself because they've been on the side of being the younger guy in the trades and having to live up to that and all that. But they understand it. I mean, they understand it's a business, and they understand it's part of it, and they're trying to get themselves established here. So that's just kind of the nature of the game, and they're learning. I mean, that's part of what. Is being a younger kid is like you learn everything that goes on the field, you learn everything that goes on off the field, and being traded and all that stuff's just part of it.
Yeah, but explain to some of the fans out there how important it is. You have to have some veterans around to really show some of these kids the way and how to play the game.
Well, you do. I mean, you definitely have to have that. I mean, when I was coming up, we had like Charles Nagy and those guys like that who just kind of look to just see how they go about their business every day in the big leagues and how it's supposed to be done. And I guess that's what myself and Hafner and those guys are trying to do to get these guys on the right track.
Jake, thanks for stopping by. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks, guys.
That's Jake Westbrook. Double play ends the inning. Through 3, 7-zip New York. 7-0 lead as we go to the fourth inning of play. Robinson Cano, Jorge Posada, and Curtis Granderson due up for New York as Hector Ambry's on in long relief here for the Tribe tonight. Matt Underwood, Rick Manning with you, joined now by Indians General Manager Mark Shapiro. And the big story before the ball game today, if you haven't heard by now, Indians trading Johnny Peralta before the ball game to the Detroit Tigers in exchange for a young left-handed pitcher, 19-year-old Giovanni Soto from the Tigers system. And Mark, was this a trade that you anticipated, or was this a trade that kind of sped up because of all the injuries that have happened to Detroit in the last week?
Well, look, anytime you get a deadline, there's a lot of conversation going on, so we had a lot of different things over a period of time. Oh, perfect timing.
That is long gone.
Yeah. Thanks for inviting me up in the top half of the inning. So anyway, we had a lot of conversation going, more conversation on Johnny with other teams prior to the last couple of days. But this is a decision that, you don't take lightly because of what Johnny Peralta has done here. You're talking about a guy that signed here when he was a teenager, came up his whole career. I've watched, replace a legend at shortstop, and coming from Baltimore and watching a succession of guys try to replace Brooks Robinson, you can't overlook how tough that is to do that. Did it with a consistency and a level of professionalism, an emotionally very consistent guy. And, I think, again, there's some emotion for me involved in that and for Johnny. But it was the right time. I mean, the business decision was that we're not going to pick up the option for next year. It's time to look at our alternatives because we felt like we've got some very good internal alternatives that we want to look at now.
Broken bat base hit for Posada.
Yeah, normally you usually don't like to trade a guy within the same division that you're going to be playing 18 times.
Right.
That's why we were thinking, like, the Tigers.
I have not done many deals with the Tigers. Yeah, it's not a team we're looking to help out. But, again, this is as much about the opportunity created. We've got a series of guys up here that, I look at Jason Nix as a guy that at this point in his career, very similar to the juncture that we gave Casey Blake an opportunity. A guy that's come up here, giving us quality at bats, obviously has some pop. Real strong approach, consistent, strong, tough approach to the game, hard-nosed, and a great defender at second. So the question's, could he be an alternative at third? Well, we don't know if we don't give him the at-bats right now.
Is he going to get the bulk of the at-bats
well,
at third base?
I think the first thing is Manny's going to talk to our guys and let them know. We have a strategy and a plan how we're going to allocate the at-bats going forward. A succession of guys we want to give the options to. Nix is in the mix. I think you look at a guy like Luis Valbuena, who we called up. We sent him out, asked him to do some things to get his swing back to where it was last year. He's made all those adjustments and more, really taken off down there. So he's also a guy that could factor in with Nix. And obviously Andy Marte has played good defense for us. So he's certainly alternative. And then you talk about Jared Gettert, who's hit 24 home runs this year, still learning to play third base. So defensively he's got a little ways to go, but certainly a guy that's put himself on the radar. And then Lonnie Chisenhall right behind him. So we've got some guys we think are good alternatives. The question is just, what's going to be the strategy as to how we provide opportunities to those guys now.
Did the trade of Peralta open up a spot on the 40-man for you guys?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're at 39 right now?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And with regard to the young guys, Gettert, Chisenhall, do you anticipate getting a look at those guys, either one of them, this year at the big league level, or is that something you're looking at next year?
I would say we wouldn't rule it out, but we're going to give some opportunities to the guys that are up here now first and react off that. And I think how long of opportunity we give will depend on a combination of how those guys are playing below. And Jared Gettert first, really, as well as what we see up here. So, again, I think the first thing is that tonight or tomorrow, Manny's going to sit down, talk to each one of the three guys that factor into third base here, let them know. Then he'll follow up with our fans and our media and say, this is the plan. We're going to give this guy the bulk of the opportunity initially and then react off that.
Well, it certainly has been a year where you've had an opportunity to get a look at a lot of your 40-man roster to move on and then start fresh, new from next year and really get a plan in place.
And I think, more than ever, you can really start to see the makings of what I think is a championship position player club on the field. You look at Carlos Santana, Matt Laporta, Jason Donald's come up, and he's been one of the most productive middle infielders in the big league since he's been up here. Still needs to iron out and get more consistent defensively, but all the skills are there. I think with him, it's a matter of getting his engine kind of revving at the right speed at the major league level. The guy plays.
Speeds up a little bit.
It speeds up because this guy loves to play, and he has got a great motor. And if he can get that working for him instead of right now where it works a little bit against him, he's going to be fine. Good to have a Struble back. Again, we got to figure out third. And in the outfield, feel real good about the options, knowing Grady's going to be back. Michael Brantley's going to be in the picture. Trevor Crow's certainly done a solid job and has all the tools to be in the mix. But Nick Weglar's the guy who's gone off in AAA as well. So we've got alternatives, I think, all around, and it's easy to start to see the makings of that position player club.
You have to be thrilled, too, in just 2 brief looks at Genmar Gomez. And of course, last night was a tremendous outing as well for Josh Tomlin. So you got some young pitchers that we've only seen a glimpse of yet. And that isn't even to talk about some of the other guys.
Well, I think Alex White's a guy that has to be mentioned. He's you're talking about a year ago, the guy was drafted. Now he's in Double-A with a sub-1.5 ERA, striking out people and getting ground balls. He and Jason Kipnis is our first and second round picks last year. Just a phenomenal job by our scouting department. For both those guys to be among the best pitchers and position players in all Double-A baseball 1 year out of the draft, they're on the radar screen, and right now they're on the expressway up here, so that's a good thing.
Well, you have to be pleased with the way the bullpen has pitched recently. I mean, they've started to settle down, each take a role, and it all stems from the back end of the bullpen. And Perez has done a nice job closing. He's going to get some experience out there, but guys have filtered down, and when we played well, that bullpen has done its job.
It has. I think, part of the bullpen doing its job is the starter getting us into the 7th, or getting us through 6.
For anything, really, that
starter.
I
think, it starts there. I mean, you need the starters to get you deeper into games. Right. And when that happens, your bullpen's got a good chance to be able to give you an opportunity to win a game and frankly, to stay fresh, over a season. So I think everything still stems from the starting pitching, and you got to have that. There's so much bullpen volatility year to year. Again, one of the things I feel good about is we've got a stable of power arms coming from Double-A and Triple-A, guys like Pestano and Bryce Stoll and Josh Judy and, on and on that, we could take a look at either as this year progresses or next year. That could be factors in our bullpen, in addition to the guys that are up here and pitching real well.
Hector Ambry's trying to work through this 4th inning with 2 down. Misses up high. 3 balls and a strike. We just talked to Jake Westbrook. Obviously, he's a free agent at season's end. There's been talk about the Indians would love to have him back next year. There's also still the possibility somebody could come knocking and calling for him before the trading deadline. When you look at this club and you look beyond, how important is it from a veteran standpoint to try to have some veterans to go in with all these young kids that you're talking about?
Well, I'll tell you, when we talked to Travis Fryman about the managing job this year, I thought he put it perfect, is when you have a team full of young guys, you need to have some veteran guys, because the young guys often are just happy to be there, happy to be in the big leagues. The veteran guys want to win. They've been here, so they want to win. And they have to teach the young players what it means, the difference between just being in the big leagues and wanting to win in the big leagues. And so veterans still play a very important role when you're trying to build your club.
Mark, thanks for stopping by. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Indians General Manager Mark Shapiro with us here tonight. Unfortunately for the Tribe, on the short end against the Yankees here so far. Go now to the bottom of the fourth inning. Carlos Santana, Travis Hafner, and Austin Kearns due up here for the Tribe. Santana out on strikes his first time up. Boy, Rick, sometimes, as they say, you're so close to the forest you can't see the trees. And, for you and I and for the fans who follow the club every day, you kind of get caught up into the day-to-day, the ups and the downs. When you're Mark Shapiro and you're looking at the bigger picture and you're looking at the entire organization, I mean, I think he's genuinely excited about, what the Indians have going forward. Now, obviously, this is a rough year, but sometimes in the course of putting it back together again, rebuilding the pieces, you have to take this so-called step backward before you can go forward. But
as he said,
he
the
rattled
business,
off a lot of names that
the business
he's
decision.
about.
Yeah, and that doesn't guarantee when if they come up here they're going to be big league players or they're going to stay in the big leagues. But yes, you have to give yourself opportunities, and that's one of the reasons why the business decisions were made. And it started with the trades, with the CC Sabathias, with the Cliff Lees, and the Casey Blakes, and the guys that they traded. Now, sometimes like that, when you get youth in return, you have to wait and let some of this, potential take place. But these guys are coming from all over, and when you're at the big league level, that's why this is no place to come up here, because people expect you to win at this level. They don't expect you to come up here and just work.
This is not the development level.
Right. Get in shape. That's the Arizona Fall League where you want to develop. But, I mean, you're expected to win up here, and sometimes people just don't understand it. And I guess every once in a while it's the old Cleveland philosophy, wait till next year. But you know what? Some of these kids, they do have a lot of talent. And when you look at this kid here for Casey Blake that's sitting, he's going to be fun to watch.
Santana singles into center field. And I thought it was also interesting, the Travis Fryman point of view, that you need veterans on a ball club.
Absolutely.
Because veterans,
they teach you how the game is played. They want to win, but they also teach you, that's the nature of this game. When you're a veteran, you've been around, and you're going to be in this organization. That's why I wish there were more Cleveland Indian organizational people there, that could teach you the Indians' way. It takes a while. And you have to have veterans. And because, now players live through other players. They listen to players more than they do coaches and managers. It's not the manager's job. You teach and you instruct, but players follow other players is how they do it.
We've talked about this before. It's a lot like raising kids. Kids listen to your parents, but the impact really is made by their friends.
They listen to other people more than they do their parents.
They hear you. But it doesn't always sink in until it's somebody else.
Because you tell them a million times the same thing.
It becomes white noise for the kids.
Max can come up here, your son can come up here, and you may tell him something you've been telling him for the last 2 years, but if I tell him once, he may look at it differently and say, well, Mr. Manning said this. And he's right.
Me.
He's right.
Oh, yeah. There's a foul right back to the screen. If I had $1 for every time my wife said, did you brush your teeth today? Did you take a shower today? Did you clean your room today?
You could retire.
Oh, it's unbelievable. But, you're right.
Well,
it's not that they aren't hearing it, but it doesn't seem to sink in as much as when it comes from somebody else.
And you look at it this way. Let's put it in baseball vernacular. We're the youngest team in baseball.
Youngest pitching staff.
Youngest pitching staff, years of age. And, you look on the other side, the team we're playing tonight, they're probably one of the oldest. And there goes a strikeout as Hafner goes down. That's the third strikeout for Burnett.
One down here in the inning.
They're the oldest. They're the highest payroll and things like that. And I'll tell you what, it makes a big difference. But it doesn't mean, you look at their infield. What does their infield make? $85 million.
That's all?
$55 million on the left side. And 30 over on the right-hand side. Well, that's more than this whole team makes. You know what I mean? And then they've got a pitching start. You just can't get into it like that. You can't compete with something like that.
Austin Kearns looks at a ball up high. And that's why guys like Austin Kearns, for a team like the Indians, become very important. You may go to spring training and look at him and say, well, how does this guy fit in? Well, you get into the season, and now you see exactly how he fits in. He's one of those veteran guys that can help show some of the younger players the way. the way to approach the game, the way to play every day, the way to play hurt when you're banged up.
He leads quietly. You know, he's not a vocal guy. He just leads by example.
Derek Jeter's not going to hold a rah-rah pep talk meeting in the locker room either, though.
No?
I think some of that vocal leader stuff is overrated.
It is, but if Jeter says something, you better listen.
He's E.F. Hutton. Back to the mound, Burnett. Almost threw it away. Did they get the tag on him? Yes, they did.
He did the smart thing. Cano did the smart thing. He got caught yesterday doing that, where he thought about pulling that foot off, but then he said, I'm going to tag him. It was a bad throw by Burnett. They had a double play easily. It goes right back at him. And here you go. Watch Cano. He thought about it, but he said, They called me yesterday for my foot being off. I'll tag him, and they get the force out.
There is Matt Laporta, who walked his first time up. Meanwhile, A.J. Burnett, 60 pitches on the night. 61, but 40 of his 61 pitches have been strikes. Two 2-0 the count here for Laporta, who walked his first time up. The Yankees jumped out early and often against Fausto Carmona tonight. 1 in the first, 3 in the second, 3 in the third. And then a solo homer by Cano. The only home run of the game in the fourth.
The Indians with 4 hits, all of them have come when Burnett was winding up. They don't have a hit out of the stretch. Sometimes that works the other way. You know, that guy, you can't get a hit when he's out of the full windup. You get a guy on base and somebody can't get you out when they're from the stretch.
You see that sometimes when a guy's cruising along 4 or 5 innings and hasn't had any base runners, all of a sudden he gets that first one. He hasn't pitched out of the stretch all night. It can be an issue. Tapper towards third. Foul. Laporta retreats to home plate. Three hits in the series for Laporta, 2 of them for doubles. Swung on and missed. Burnett with his 4th strikeout. And we go to the 5th, 8-0 New York. brought to you by McDonald's. New real fruit smoothies are now available in wild berry and strawberry banana flavors. By KeyBank. Stop in and start a conversation and unlock your possibilities. And by Panini's, now open in Chagrin Falls, Solon, and Brunswick. Visit paninisgrill.com. 8-0 New York as we go to the fifth inning here at Progressive Field. It was a warm and very humid day here in northeastern Ohio. And at about, what would you say, about half an hour before game time, the heavens let loose here. We had torrential rain, some thunder and lightning roll through. So we were late getting started.
Let's say. No, it was about an hour before because we didn't do our open. So we sat there and it came in right around 6 o'clock.
7:45-ish we got started?
Yes. It's about right, yeah.
One more to go tomorrow night between these two to wrap up the series.
Maybe should have kept the rain here, the way this game started.
Jeter drives one the other way. Back goes Chu. Reaches up and makes the grab, and you can hear him slam into the wall.
Got one of Bill Schnack's mics out there in the wall.
8-0 the score, but Chu going after that like it was a tie ball game.
Well, yeah, give him credit, man. He went back and that ball slicing on him. This is going to be our McDonald's. I'm loving it. Chu gets back, and that ball comes back on you in right field. It's nice to have him back in the lineup. He does something good every day. Something that, you know, whether it's a defensive play, offense, every day.
Tonight's GMC 5-Star League Leaders brought to you by the GMC Sierra. Never send a truck to do a Sierra's job. That's pretty good to have two of the best guys in the business in your lineup.
Well, and not only that, one guy in the top part of the lineup and the other guy in the bottom part of your lineup. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Swung on and missed. He chased one up out of the zone, it looked like. Yeah, when you've got guys at the bottom of your order that hit in the clutch, that's how you have big innings.
Well, and those are the guys that are, you know, they're going to get pitched to in this lineup. But the New York Yankees are going to get some fastballs to hit.
Swung on and missed. Swisher strikes out. He thought maybe he got a piece of it, but Dale Scott says no. Let's go back to the studios. Al Pawlowski has the latest on baseball's trade activity as the deadline fast approaches.
Absolutely, Matt. Things are heating up now. Scott Podsednik has been traded from the Royals to the Dodgers for two minor league prospects. The Major League Baseball Network is reporting Royals did lose to the Twins today 6-4, but Podsednik, a Dodger.
All right, thanks, Al.
Podsednik, I don't see.
Dodgers started the night, Rick, 5 games off the pace. They had won 3 in a row. Mark Teixeira doubled and scored in the first, drove in 2 runs with a single in the second, walked to load the bases in the third. Looks at a pitch up high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, Fausto Carmona has company as far as not being his night. How about Johan Santana? Gave up 6 first-inning runs to the Cardinals tonight.
Huh. Cardinals, let me look at they're tied with Cincinnati going into the night. Reds beat Milwaukee 10-2, so the Cards have to win to stay even with them.
Austin Kearns makes the catch, and the Yankees go 1-2-3 for the first time tonight. Middle of the 5th, 8-zip New York. favor of the Yankees. Bottom of the 5th. I think I swallowed a peanut. Supposed to chew those things. It's tough to eat when you only have 9 seconds between innings. You might
take a break. Here, go ahead. Get the oxygen out.
Might be taking
Andy
over.
Marte, the hitter.
Well, A.J. Burnett gave up 2 hits in the first inning, but did not give up a run. And he's been able to work relatively stress-free here, although the Indians have had at least 1 base runner in every inning.
Well, and every hit out of the 4 have come out of the full windup.
You know, one more note on that trade that Al just told us about. This will mark Scott Pasetnik's 4th team in 4 seasons. Going to the Dodgers, who are still shorthanded in the outfield with Manny Ramirez on the DL with that strained calf. And they say he's still more than a week away from returning.
Pasetnik was having a pretty good year with Kansas City this year.
Oh, yeah. Batting over 300.
You know, they get him maybe, to fill in. In the National League, it's a lot different than the American League because, you pinch hit for pitchers and he can run a little bit. He can steal bases. He had, 30 stolen bases?
Yeah, I think that's what really is attractive to the Dodgers there.
That was a good look at that base hit up the middle. And again, out of the full windup, they get their 5th hit.
Indians get their leadoff man aboard yet again.
Well, you can celebrate the history and tradition of the Indians baseball at the Tribe's Hall of Fame induction. That'll take place Saturday, August 7th. There will be a special pregame ceremony honoring the 2010 inductee, Kenny Lofton. All fans attending. That'll be a 7:05 game. The Minnesota Twins are in town. And you'll receive a Kenny Lofton bobblehead.
Pretty good detail on that bobblehead. Even had the red and white spikes that he used to wear.
That was the famous catch he made, right? Going over that wall in right center field off the bat of B.J. Surhoff.
Yeah. Look at that. Pretty good detail there, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Look at the warning track to the wall. He makes the catch.
Jason Donald fights it off. 0-2. Now the 2-strike pitch. Missed low and away. Well, certainly would be nice to see a big crowd for Kenny Lofton's Hall of Fame induction. He certainly gave Indians fans plenty of thrills in his time in a Tribe uniform. 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. And A.J. Burnett with 5 strikeouts now on the night. This game recap brought to you by your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers. Mark Shapiro having a big night. 2-out RBI single in the first. He had a double in the first and scored. 2-run single in the second. Nick Swisher made it 7-0 with that base hit. And then Robinson Cano's solo homer made it 8-0 New York. For a dealer near you, visit buyatoyota.com. Trevor Crowe, 2 singles tonight. Indians have had their leadoff man aboard in every inning. Crowe has led off twice with singles. Hafner led off an inning with a walk. Santana led off an inning with a single. And Marte led off this inning with a base hit.
But can't get the hit once he's in the stretch. That's
crazy,
weird.
Isn't it? And a fastball strike called, 2-1. Cervelli had to get away from him momentarily, but not far enough for Marte to go anywhere. Good news for the Angels. Dan Herron, who was struck by a line drive in his debut with the Angels.
He's okay?
Says he's fine. No pain in his bullpen session.
They're breathing a sigh of relief. That was, I think, Euclid hit that ball, didn't he?
Crow with a base hit into right field. And the Indians finally have a hit with Burnett working out of the stretch as Marte stops at second. 2-1 with 1 out here in the 5th.
Crow 3 for 3 tonight. He picks on a ball down in the end and just found the hole between first and second.
Now the Indians need a big fly to get back in the game and raise some money for the gathering place. $4,920 raised so far. For every Indians homer, Great Clips donates $50. Rick and I each donate $5 apiece to the gathering place, which helps individuals and family members who are battling cancer with programs offered free of charge from 2 locations, one in Beechwood, one in Westlake. Log on to touchedbycancer.org to learn more or to make a donation yourself. Cabrera takes a strike. Foul tipped it. And the count 0-2 on Cabrera. Now the 0-2 pitch. Down on the dirt. Story out of Washington says that Steven Strasburg, who was scratched from his start just before the game last night, will be shut down for at least 2 days, maybe as many as 3 or 4 because of some stiffness in his shoulder. Said that it actually started a couple of days ago, and he feels like it's all part of just kind of hitting the wall. You know, a lot of pitches, a lot of innings, getting into the big leagues for the first time.
Well, and you get to the big leagues. These big league innings are a little tougher than you are when you come up in the minor leagues. You know, his second start was right here in Progressive Field against the Indians, boy. And I'll tell you, it takes its toll.
Good news, there was no structural damage. They did all sorts of tests, MRIs, all that stuff. Everything was negative. I couldn't get over, though, how much buzz there was over all the people who bought tickets, and should they give a refund? Should they? I mean, are you kidding me?
It's all part of it, man.
It's not like they knew that this was going to happen. They didn't dupe anybody into buying a ticket and then pull the plug on him at the last second.
Well, you know, 5 days in advance he's going to pitch. When he walks out to that bullpen, you know, he expected to pitch that ball
Sure
game.
did. In fact, the general manager of the Nationals says it wasn't a good conversation when he had to tell him he wasn't going to start him. What a grab by Swisher. Super play by the Yankees right fielder who came dashing in and went to the ground to steal a hit away from Asdrubal Cabrera.
Got a good jump on that ball. Very good jump. It wasn't hit that hard. I thought it was going to fall, and it's tough to tell. But as a base runner, when you're down 8 runs, you stay put. But a nice sliding catch by Swisher.
And so, 2 on, 2 out for Shin-Soo Choo, who doubled in the first and then hit a line drive that was caught by Cano. And then Cano turned it into an inning-ending double play in the third. You know, another interesting angle on the whole trading deadline as we fast approach it. I heard one baseball writer saying that, you almost expect the Boston Red Sox, for example, a team like them, to wait until August for the waiver wire trades, because they're still going to be picking ahead of New York and ahead of Tampa Bay. And the thinking, Rick, is that there are a lot of teams that aren't going to want to take a chance and put a claim in because nobody wants to be adding payroll unnecessarily.
Well, that's true.
So the Red Sox might be better served to just sit back and wait.
Well, they also have to sit back and wait to get their healthy player, or their injured players back to being healthy. And once that happens, they may not have to put a claim in on some people.
They just don't want to fall too much farther out of the race. I mean, 7 games doesn't sound like a lot, but that can be a pretty sizable gap in that Eastern
Especially
Division.
when you have 2 teams behind you. And the Yankees, after tomorrow night's game, they head down to Tampa for a weekend series to play the Rays. So whoever they're playing, whoever Boston's playing,
Foul
for the
back
weekend,
out of play.
Their job is to go in there and probably sweep if they're coming off the West Coast, I would think.
Plus, it may be unlikely, but if both Chicago and Minnesota stay hot, one of those teams could find themselves in the mix for that wild card spot. Again, unlikely, but if the White Sox and Twins both keep playing the way they've been lately, they could sneak back into the loser of the division being in the wild card hunt.
Well, you figure there's 60 games to go. This is game number 101 for the Indians, and I don't know anybody that's played any more.
Fouled back by Chu.
Yeah, the Angels have played 103, and that's it. Minnesota 101, then Boston 101.
Right now, Chicago would be, I think, if I'm reading this right, 7 games out in the wild card hunt. So, as usual, you got to win the Central to get in the playoffs.
Absolutely.
Probably.
It's going to come from the East. The Central Division is not as good.
Chu goes down swinging, and Burnett has struck out a half dozen Indians here tonight. 5 complete, 8-0 New York. Discount of the game is assorted banquet meals. Or Planters 16 to 20 ounce dry roasted peanuts for $2.78.
So come into your nearest Mark's, where you'll find a huge selection at low prices every day.
It's an 8-0 Yankees lead. Jess Todd coming on now to work for the Indians. Hector Ambrose went 2 1/3, allowed a run on 2 hits, walked 1, struck out 4. The only run surrendered by Ambrose, the solo homer hit by Robinson Cano. Jess Todd will face Alex Rodriguez, Robinson Cano, and Jorge Posada. Alex Rodriguez 1 for 3 tonight. He had a 2-out RBI single in the first. 1 for 11 in the series.
There it is again.
They're still waiting. They've been waiting since the series began. Rodriguez fouling it back out of play. Jess Todd, the right-hander. The 0-2 pitch. And Rodriguez shoots it down the right field line. Chu can't get to it. It's in the corner. Chu with a good, strong throw to second base. And not in time, but it was close. Rodriguez ripped the bag out of the ground. That's one way to make sure you're safe.
He can't fall off that way. Boy, I got to tell you, another beautiful throw by Chu, right on the money. This one stayed fair down the line, and you see this one came off the padding. Didn't hit off that the fence in front of the bullpen, and it was a very nice throw. Cabrera thought he jumped up a little bit. Watch him take it off the padding. Here it is in the air, bare hands it, sets himself. Strong throw.
Ooh,
I'll tell you what.
Pretty close.
Yes, it was. Any way you look at it, you can call them out. I wouldn't argue. You can call them safe, and you don't argue. That was bang, bang.
I think he did beat it.
Okay. Hands are in.
Yeah.
By a finger.
Literally.
By a finger, yeah. It's 4 doubles now. They have a triple and also a home run out of their 13 hits today.
Robinson Cano homered his last time up. As you said, Cano has that easy power.
Boy, he sure does, especially going the other way. That ball just jumps off his bat. Not only does he have a little pop in that bat, he can hit for a very high average. Doubles, he's got 28 doubles. He's got 19 homers. Got 3 triples.
Fouled out of play. Now Jess Todd's 1-2. Rip foul, almost took some of his teammates with that foul ball into the Yankee dugout. That sent a couple of guys scattering. And they just start to come back now. Juan Miranda almost had a permanent souvenir from Robinson Cano. And you guys didn't have the benefit of the fencing in front of the dugout.
No.
How often did balls come flying into the dugout?
They would come in there.
Sky-high pop on the infield. Donald, the second baseman. 1 away. All right, time to get the answer to our AT&T trivia question. AT&T, rethink possible. Okay. Now we know Joe Girardi, who's down in the dugout. No Yogi Berra. Who are the two I can't think of?
I don't know. I haven't had time to think. I don't know if it's Dickey. Who else? Houck.
Bill Dickey and Ralph Houck.
Okay.
Of course, the late Ralph Houck, who one of the armbands on the Yankee uniform currently they're wearing for the late manager. If you're not a former catcher and you're a manager in the big leagues, you're in the minority. Most of the guys seem to be former catchers. Especially, I remember I looked at it one time, and it was stunning how many former catchers were managers. At one time, I'm not sure if he still is, but Bud Black was the only former pitcher at one time.
I was thinking, well, that's
He
the
still
first
may
one that
be.
popped into my mind was Buddy Black, who was not, obviously. Let me look at Francona was an outfielder. Cito Gaston.
And that misses down low. Now the 1-2 pitch to Posada. In the air left field. Kearns is there. 2 down. New York with an 8-0 lead. They got 1 in the first, 3 in the second, 3 in the third, 1 more in the fourth. Fausto Carmona's shortest outing of the season. Just didn't have it tonight. 7 runs on 10 hits and 2 2/3. Granderson called a ball. Looked pretty good. Granderson singled and scored in the second. Tripled in a run and scored in the third. Struck out his last time up. Just Todd, in his first inning of relief work here tonight, gave up the leadoff double to Rodriguez. Trying to get out of the inning unscathed. Catches the outside corner, 2-1. Right back to the screen, Granderson. Now we'll be faced with a 2-2 count. 2 down and a runner at second. Ground ball by Todd. Cabrera grabs it, has to hurry, throws him out. Middle of the 6th here at Progressive Field. It's New York 8, Cleveland nothing. The Yankees all over the Indians tonight, 8-0, bottom of the 6th inning. Here at Progressive Field. Burnett has made 91 pitches so far for New York. And the Yankees right-hander has not retired the side in order yet tonight. Indians have had a base runner in every inning. They've had a hit in all but one inning. But they haven't been able to push a run across because, for whatever reason, when Burnett's gone out of the stretch, he's been even better. Giving up just one hit in 14 at-bats out of the stretch tonight. Santana looks at the ball down low. Carlos tonight struck out his first time up. A base hit back in the 4th inning.
Trying to ride that fastball inside on him. You know, in his first start against the Indians, coming back on May 30th, he went 8 innings, gave up 5 hits, threw 115 pitches, and that was a season high to this point. Right now, he's in the 6th inning, and already with 95 pitches, he's walked 2, he's struck out 6. Don't know if he's going to get the 8 innings in like he did the last time, but they have a commanding lead.
And Santana goes down swinging for the second time tonight. That's 7 strikeouts now for A.J. Burnett. Here's our Miller Taste Greatness moment. And for this, we go back to the 2007 American League Division Series when Travis Hafner delivered the game-winning RBI hit, scoring Kenny Lofton in the 11th. Definitely a great moment here at Progressive Field. And, of course, that was followed up by the Indians beating the Yankees in the final playoff game ever at Yankee Stadium, knocking New York out of the postseason and ultimately ending Joe Torre's career as Yankee manager. And Travis Hafner, as if on cue, lines a single into right field. Hey, let's go back to the studios with an in-game update. Here's Al Pawlowski.
All right, Matt, the White Sox coming back. They were down 5-3, make it 5-5. Paul Konerko with a solo home run here, and that puts the White Sox even at 5 apiece. 6th inning now in Chicago. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Al. We got a brawl up in the bleachers, apparently. It's got everybody's attention. Isn't that funny? Even the players were looking up into the bleachers. But the security and the officers quickly on top of the situation. They've got everything under control in a hurry. You know, it never ceases to amaze me the dumb things people will do.
Some people like attention.
You show up in the bleachers at a Cleveland Indians ball game wearing a LeBron James Miami Heat jersey, and you'll wonder why you might be taking a little heat.
Might be from both. Everybody out there, even if they're Yankee fans.
Yeah, they didn't get him either.
Oh, boy.
2-0 pitch, swung on and missed.
I'm sure there wasn't any beverages out there that had anything to do with it.
No. Travis Hafner with a one-out single here in the 6th inning. At the knees. Good fastball from A.J. Burnett. Kern shoots it back. Austin flied to left in the second inning. Bounced into a fielder's choice back in the fourth. Stick around after the ball game tonight for Chuck's Last Call with Chuck Coletti, presented by PNC Bank. He'll take calls and emails right after the game. Once we wrap up the Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care postgame show. Chuck's Last Call, presented by PNC Bank, tonight after the game right here on STO. And the 3-2 to Kearns. Ground ball hit sharply to Rodriguez. Goes to second for one. Cannell on to first. And inning-ending double play. 6 in the books. It's still 8-0 New York.
AT&T. Find out more of what's possible at att.com. AT&T, rethink possible. By the Sierra from GMC. Never send a truck to do a Sierra's job. And by Wendy's. You know when it's real. Wendy's.
It's an 8-0 Yankees lead as we go to the 7th inning. Jess Todd, second inning of relief work, gave up a leadoff double to Alex Rodriguez in the 6th, but set the next 3 down in order. And a strike at the knees outside corner to Francisco Cervelli, who singled and scored in the 2nd. Was hit by a pitch in the 3rd, struck out his last time up. Now he's got that padding on that elbow.
I don't blame him.
He was hit on that elbow with a bat earlier in the series and then plunked by a pitch tonight.
Yeah, that same spot. I think that's smart. Put as much padding on there as you can.
High drive center field. Back goes Crow. Still racing back on the track, reaches up, hangs on, and then slams into that outfield door. This time it stayed shut.
Well, he was going in face first. That time that door stayed shut, there was a bat that knocked it open.
And Ryan Rayburn went right through it
Yes,
for
he
Detroit.
did. Watch, he's going to hit it frontwards. And he had plenty of time. Then he goes up sideways, and that wasn't right near the door, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Then they did a good job fixing it. Call Jim Folk and say, nice job.
I was just thinking that was Johnny Peralta's last big highlight as
That's
an
right.
his swan
Inside
song
the park home run here.
against the Tigers, the team he ends up getting
That's right.
traded to. A little bit outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Brett Gardner 2 for 3. Single, a double, 2 runs batted in, 2 runs scored. And the 1-2 from Todd over the mound. It's going to be a tough play. Oh, what a sensational job by Cabrera to retire the speedy Gardner for out number 2.
Well, watch how quickly Cabrera sets his feet, and he's ready to get rid of it on the run. He realizes who's running. And, I mean, it's 1-2, and he got that ball, transferred it from the glove hand to the bare hand, and gets rid of it in no time. On the move, something very difficult to do. That's knowing the speed of the runner. Yeah, that was a very nice play right there.
Derek Jeter, quiet series. 0 for 4 tonight, 2 for 12. Not many times the Indians play the Yankees, and you can see Jeter's been quiet.
I think against the Indians, he's got one of his highest batting averages career-wise. And I know he's always hit well in this ballpark.
In his career, Derek Jeter is a .351 hitter against the Indians. That's almost a full season's worth of at-bats, too. 465 ABs.
Yeah. I mean, and I know he's always done well in this park.
.412 on-base percentage.
Well, it's safe to say when you see this guy who's down 0 for 4, but they still have 8 on the board.
Swung out and missed. Good inning of work for Jess Todd. He's retired 6 in a row. Stretch time in Cleveland. Tried down 8. 3 new locations now open in Chagrin Falls, Solon, and Brunswick, coming soon to Twinsburg. Log on to paninisgrill.com for a list of all their locations. The Indians down 8-0 as A.J. Burnett comes out for the 7th inning. Already over 100 pitches. But he's got the bottom third of the order here. Matt Laporta, Andy Marte, and Jason Donald as he tries to work through this 7th inning. And Laporta jumps on that first pitch, hammers it foul into the crowd. Ooh. He got the ball. I don't know how he didn't get impaled.
Probably got stuck in his arm or something. Stuck on.
Now a little tapper. Burnett goes to the slide. Oh, what a play.
Wow, the old pop-up slide. That's a nice play. He's obviously made that play before. He goes into that pop-up slide, gets his feet ready as he comes over. Watch this. Gets up. Nicely done. He is an athlete. You know, pitchers always used to say they were the best athletes going around. I disagreed with it, but I'll tell you what, that's a nice athletic play right there. Field your position.
And a breaking ball for strike 1 to Andy Marte, who was 1 for 2. Flied to right his first time up, base hit to lead off the 5th inning. Fouled over to the third base side past Steve Smith, Indians' third base coach. Marte trying to test Steve Smith again. Steve's not going for it, though.
No, there's a lot of other people behind him to get it.
Maybe Andy's just returning the favor. He hits him all those ground balls during batting practice.
Yeah.
A.J. Burnett has given Joe Girardi just what he needed here tonight. And the funny thing is, he hasn't retired the side in order yet. The Indians have had a hit in all but 1 inning going into this 7th. And in the 1 inning they didn't have a hit, he walked 2. But he's been able to get him pretty deep into the game as he walks Marte. So there you go. The Indians have had a base runner in every inning tonight. Let's go back to the studios once again for another in-game update with Al Pawlowski.
All right, man, we go to St. Petersburg where it's final now. Tampa Bay has defeated Detroit 7-4 here in the 8th. Evan Longoria with a couple of insurance runs, his 15th homer of the year. Rays win 7-4 over Detroit.
So that means the Tigers have now lost 3 in a row. And here, A.J. Burnett will head to the showers after going 6 1/3 innings of shutout baseball. Yankees on top by a score of 8-0. One out here in the bottom of the 7th. New Yankee pitcher is right-hander Jabba Chamberlain, and he has had a rough year. 43 games pitched, .595 earned run average. He failed to hold on to a spot in the rotation, and now he's basically lost his job as the primary setup man for Mariano Rivera. And I don't know, he's one of those guys you wonder, Rick, you know he's got a terrific arm, and you wonder if the Yankees' uncertainty as to what to do with him has played at least a partial role in his ineffectiveness.
Well, it may have, because when they moved him into the starting rotation, you know, that fastball went down to about 90, 91. You know, he wasn't throwing like he can coming out of the bullpen. You try and save it. They say he had three above average pitches, but it just hasn't translated.
You know, I'm not comparing the two pitchers, but it reminds me of the same situation the Tribe had with Steve Carsey at one time. They had that great arm, and they weren't sure, is he a starter? Where is he more effective? Is he a reliever? Is he a late-inning reliever? Is he a long man?
Well, there are guys like that. It's funny you say that, because Carsey went from here to the Yankees.
Yeah. Had a big contract.
And he ended up, you know, going into that bullpen. He pitched well in the bullpen. They tried to use him as a bullpen. He ended up blowing his arm out. And he always had some issues. But Chamberlain, a good arm. And, you know, in that role, he would have been the 8th inning, setting up for Mariano Rivera, one of the best. But now, you know, it could be one of those years. He's just having a year that he struggled. Oh, that's a balk.
Yes, it is. There's nobody at first
Why
base.
are you throwing in an 8-0 game to first base with Andy Marte on there?
Teixeira's not even on the base.
Exactly. He told him he's playing behind him. So right there tells you that mentally he's not in the game. I mean, 8-0. Marte's on first base. Teixeira says I'm behind him. And watch this. What is going on? That's just not knowing where you're at. I mean, not having your head in the game. That's a balk.
Fly ball to right field. Chases Swisher back on to the front edge of the track. Donald gave it a pretty good poke. And that's out number 2 as Marte tags and goes to third.
Well, a Tribe game out at the ballpark. Perfect choice for an exciting outing or for your group. Special discounts are available for groups of 25 or more and up to 50% off every ticket for select games. You want to call 216-420-HITS or visit Indians.com.
Well, one thing's for certain, you know, with regards to Chamberlain, and that is, it's one thing when you're getting bounced around in a season, as we've seen with a guy like Aaron Laffey, for example. I mean, he's been out of the bullpen exclusively this year, so it's not like he had to worry about, well, I'm going back and forth, and, you know, I'm not sure where my role is. But, again, it can be a cumulative effect with your arm sometimes, too, when you're bouncing back and forth one year to the next.
Well, when you can get it up there and you're throwing in the mid-90s, there's just a matter of locating and getting your job done. I mean, that's, like I said, we don't get a chance to see him pitch. He was the guy that gave it up in the one game in New York when the Indians came back and they had a 7-run 7th inning. He gave up 4 of those runs.
Two fisted foul out of play over the top of the Indians' dugout. What a grab! That guy literally pinned that ball up against his chest. It wasn't pretty, but he got the job done. And he couldn't go back, and he was backing up, backed all the way up to his seat, and just.
Better off charging it.
Don't let the ball play you.
That's right. Bad things happen when you start backpedaling.
2-2. The count goes full. Toronto shut out Baltimore tonight 5-0. That's the 70th loss of the year for the Orioles. Time called. White Sox, Mariners tied at 5 in the 7th in Chicago. White Sox need to win to stay a game in front of Minnesota.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there'll be a first-place tie at the end of the night if Chicago loses that game. Crow punches one fairly deep to right, but Swisher is back, and he'll make the catch. We go to the 8th here at Progressive Field. 8-0 New York. Alex Rodriguez will be due up third when we come back.
By the authority of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians.
We go to the 8th inning here at Progressive Field. Frank Herman coming on now for the Indians in relief. And I will say this. I mean, I know it was 7-0 when the Indians bullpen started their work tonight, but they've done a nice job. You have to give credit where that's due. They've helped save some arms at least. Ambrose 2 1/3, Jess Todd 2 innings.
Yeah, one run was a home run by Cano.
Because the worst thing can happen to you in a game like this is where you have to burn up a lot of guys in that bullpen, and then you're still staring at that game tomorrow. 3 over the weekend in Toronto and 4 in Boston coming up.
They're in good shape so far. They've done a good job for Carmona, and it hasn't happened a lot. Like you say, that's the key to turning your bullpen around. We had Mark Shapiro up here. The starters are the key there. They give you 6 innings and sometimes 7. You get 6 and 7, that bullpen can rest. You can keep everybody sharp. Today's just one of those days that it happens to everybody when that starter gets knocked out, and it was the shortest start of the season for Fausto. After what was it, about a 45-minute rain delay?
Yeah, so. Right. Well, you think back, Rick, 2005 and 2007 in particular, those years the Indians had tremendous bullpens, and a big reason why was they had tremendous starters.
Yes, they did. Well, in 2005, I think they only used 5 starters all year long.
That's exactly right. Kevin Millwood won the ERA title, and they stayed healthy. They made every start. They were there every 5 days taking their turn. And they got deep into the games consistently, which makes everybody's job in that pen a little bit easier.
Games like this happen where your starter gets knocked out. You mentioned earlier that the Mets, Johan Santana gave up 6 in the first. Well, guess what? The Mets are now tied with St. Louis at 7-7.
How about that? They came all the way back and tied that.
Yes, they did.
Luis Valbuena just recalled today when the Indians traded Johnny Peralta, is now in the game at second. Jason Donald goes over to short. And Shelley Duncan takes over in right field as Manny Acta gives a couple of his regulars a few innings off here. Teixeira sends one into the left center field gap. Long run for Crow. He's there. Makes the catch as Kearns peeled off and went behind him at the last moment. And that will bring up Alex Rodriguez for the 4th and final time tonight. Or so you would think.
Well, yeah, tonight. That's exactly right. And he's had, 13, 14 at-bats to try and get it in this series so far. But if he doesn't get it, he'll have one more shot tomorrow night, as it's a 4-game series here. It'll be the last time the Indians and the Yankees play in 2010.
His 2 hits tonight, his only hits in the series. And Frank Herman with a fastball for a strike. Frank Herman knows all about the Yankees. Grew up in Rutherford, New Jersey. Just missed. 1-1. Fans are all documenting every at bat. It's funny, we were joking the other night about using the term flashbulb. I was about to say some of these fans are going to be running out of film. They've taken so many pictures with nothing, but they don't use film anymore either.
No, that's right. They're going to take that chip out and bring a new one tomorrow.
Running out of disk space. Up high, 2-2. Might have reached back for a little something extra on that fastball.
Well, sometimes you have a tendency to do that when this is like that. And again, the porch is ready to go. If he does hit it on that porch, there's going to be a brawl.
No, they're all well behaved.
Yeah, no, they're fighting for that ball, dude. And if I was out there, we'd get in with him.
We already had a couple of people escorted out of the ballpark tonight.
That was for other reasons. That wasn't for going after the ball. It will be total chaos.
2 down, base is empty. A 2-ball, 2-strike count. Herman delivers. Just a little bit off the plate, full count. Smallest crowd of the series so far, 22,965. They sat through a rain delay at the start. Not much of one, about 45 minutes or so. But I'd have to say most of them are still in attendance, save the couple that got thrown out. Payoff pitch is fouled into the ground. Santana got a piece of that one off his toe.
His toe is right.
Jack, you have to. He goes out, gets that ball, and then brings it back. And then a lot of people are giving him the business because they want the foul ball to get tossed up into the crowd.
Documented. He's got to keep it. He's got to keep his log.
That's right.
Jack's had those white pants. He's wearing a hole in them. That's 3 straight days. We'll see if he can finish it out tomorrow.
So here we go. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down in the 8th inning. Indians right-hander Frank Herman sets, and the payoff pitch. Fastball fouled away. And he had some life on that heater.
Yeah, he did.
Not only was it 97, but it looked like it had a little
I didn't realize
running
this guy.
inside.
No, I figured, Frank's about, 94, but That had a little extra giddy up behind it. He's in a pretty good spot, too, inside.
It's been an 8-pitch at bat already. Herman's 3-2. Fastball. Bounced foul.
Well, there you go. A-Rod realizing he's going to throw a strike. They're not walking him, man. They pitched to him all series.
Exactly.
There's no
right.
pitching around him. So he's sitting up there. He says, all right, let's go. He's looking for that fastball. He's fouled off. This has been a good at-bat. This has been the best at-bat he's had, I think, in this series.
Santana looks like he's in a little bit of pain behind home plate. He's trying to gut it out. Here's the set in the 3-2. High pop-up, shallow right. In comes Duncan. And the Yankees go 1-2-3 here in the 8th. Nice job by Frank Herman to retire Rodriguez. Playhouse Square.
Hey, what happened after that last catch with A-Rod? It pretty much like
Mass
someone pulled the plug?
Yeah. I thought your analogy was right. It's like somebody pulled the drain in the bathtub.
Pulled the plug in the bathtub, and everyone's going out, man. It's just circling. They were out.
Filing out of here. Mass exodus. Indians trailing it by a score of 8-0. As we go to the bottom of the 8th inning.
Sergio Mitre on the mound.
Luis Valbuena get his first at bat since being recalled. Shelley Duncan is on deck for his first AB of the night. Be curious to see what we get from Luis Valbuena, especially after hearing Mark Shapiro's comments earlier tonight. He said Valbuena went down and worked on exactly what they asked him to do with his swing to try to get back on track. They felt like he, in his words, made the adjustment and more. So we shall see.
Well, his problem when he was up here and playing,
he looks a little different at the plate in terms of his stance, for whatever that's worth.
He ended up, I think, getting a little more pull happy. Because he has a little pop in that bat. I mean, line drive throws, you can hit a gap and, doubles and things like that. But he just wasn't using left field. It seemed like he was pulling everything off the ball or pulling off on everything.
It's a little more open.
Yes, and maybe that's to see the ball a little bit better, where he gets both eyes on that pitcher.
One and two the count, or make that 2-2 now.
And he strikes him out to start the inning. Yankees making all kind of changes here with a 8-run lead in the 8th inning. As we go around the infield and the outfield. Final game of this series will come your way tomorrow night here at Progressive Field. Mitch Talbot will pitch against Dustin Mosley. We'll have it for you at 7:05 on Channel 3. Missed outside, 2 balls in, no strikes. Duncan taking all the way. Fastball in there for a strike. Now Mitre with a 2-1. Duncan able to lay off the breaking ball down and away. And now the 3-1 to Duncan is swung out and missed. Full count. Sergio Mitre trying to work the 8th for the Yankees. And the payoff pitch is strike 3 called. And he has fanned the first 2 here in the 8th. Going to bring up Carlos Santana with 2 down.
Well, Sunday, August 8th, it'll be Kids Fun Day, and you can save big with the WKYC Summer Sunday $3 offer. You buy an adult ticket, you see the Tribe take on the Twins, and you get up to 2 tickets for kids 12 and under for just $3. Enjoy all the activities out on the plaza. You can run the bases after the ball game. Get your tickets at Indians.com.
Carlos Santana 1 for 3 tonight. Couple of strikeouts and a single sandwiched in between. One and one to kill. Down too low. 2 balls and a strike. Maniac, this club, has played admirably in this meat grinder portion of the schedule. And for one of the few times, really, they getting tattooed here tonight. But
well, this is their 20th game against teams with above 500 records, and their record will go to 10-10 after this one's over.
Two pitch. Ground ball fair behind the bag, and that'll do it. 1-2-3. And we head to the 9th, 8-0 New York. Here at Progressive Field, Frank Herman worked a scoreless 8th inning out of the bullpen for the Tribe, retiring Alex Rodriguez to end the 8th inning. And now Tony Sipp will come on to work the 9th. Robinson Cano, Jorge Posada, Curtis Granderson due up. Although I think, Granderson was yanked, so it'll be Colin Curtis who will bat 3rd this inning. Robinson Cano, good night with the bat, 2 for 4, a double, a homer. He has scored a couple. And Robinson Cano goes after the first pitch and hammers that pretty well deep. And Kearns makes a catch on the track. He had it spin around for out number 1. Again, that's that easy opposite field power. Robinson Cano.
Not many left-handed hitters drive the ball that way, but he's one that can.
Rick Jason Stark of ESPN.com is reporting that the Phillies and Astros are heating up in trade talks involving Roy Oswalt. That would the deal would reportedly send Jay Happ from the Phillies to the Astros and other prospects, but it's not a done deal, and there still is a lot of contention as to how you deal with the money, because he's got a lot of money left on his contract, and that's not surprising, because everything we've heard about this trading deadline period coming up has to do with teams that just don't have the ability to take on any added payroll now. And there are a lot of clubs that are like that. So they're trying to work through that. But it sounds like they're in agreement on who goes where. It's just, okay, now what do we do about the money?
Yeah. Well, they have time to work it out.
That's low. I think now it's starting to make sense to me. That's probably why Ruben Amaro was trying to move Jason Worth to maybe balance out the money.
I'm sure. Well, and plus Worth is going to be a free agent at the end of the year that they probably will not be able to sign because he's going to demand big money.
Yeah.
You know, that's the one thing. We can sit up here. It doesn't matter contractually with some of these players. You don't know what it is. I mean, so, you know, whether you can make deals or trades or what's loaded in that contract, you just don't know.
Santana throws to first. And that ends the 9th inning as Sipp strikes out Colin Curtis. Bottom of the 9th coming up, 8-zip New York. here at Progressive Field. Indians down 8-0. Juan Miranda coming on now to play first base. Travis Hafner will lead off for the Indians. Austin Kearns and Matt Laporta due up here in the ninth. Travis Hafner with a hard ground ball single into right field, his second hit of the night. Meanwhile, the Yankees in command here, so A.J. Burnett is about to go 4-0 in 5 starts against the AL Central Division this year. How about this? His ERA against the AL Central is 0.87. Guess he's had their number a little bit.
Yes, indeed.
Now Austin Kearns 0 for 3. Blowing away for ball 1. Sergio Mitre delivers up and in, almost got him. Kearns able to spin out of the way. White Sox have gone ahead of Seattle 6-5. They're in the ninth now. So Chicago trying to stay a game ahead of Minnesota in the Central. They'll do it if they can close out the Mariners. And a strike called. I was listening to Sean Casey on radio today. He was asked about the recent problems the Mariners have had, and they had the dugout incident where Don Wakamatsu and Sean Figgins got into it. And Sean Casey was asked about those things happening in a clubhouse, and he said basically the same thing that you've said over the years, is that when you win, you don't have those problems, and when you lose, you have a lot of those problems because everybody's miserable, and
everything gets
fester.
magnified, and when you're not playing with guys that you normally play with, and he's a free agent going over there, and he's looked upon, he considers himself a winner after playing with the Angels for so many years, and how great that guy was. He may be looked at differently now because you're the hired gun, the assassin. They give you the big money deal and the big money contract, and guess what? They don't look at it that way.
Not only that, but look at it from his perspective too. He's used to a certain way of doing things in that Angels organization, in that Angels clubhouse, and all of a sudden now he's in a new place where things aren't the same. They don't do them.
Well, just go back to last winter when they were acquiring players. They got the Cliff Lee trade, and people were giving them the division. Here, you guys are going to win the West, before you even played a game, before they even got to spring training. And they're terrible.
There were a few people who said, okay, I love Felix Hernandez and Cliff Lee, but after that,
score runs.
Who are the other 3 guys in that rotation? Yeah. And you're right. I mean, offensively, I think people recognize that Sean Figgins was certainly a great addition, but nobody was buying the Milton Bradley thing. Nobody that had watched him play anywhere thought that was going to work. Austin Kearns draws a walk, so the Indians have their first 2 aboard here in the ninth. And with nobody out, Matt Laporta coming to the plate. And Sergio Mitre gets a visit from Francisco Cervelli. Matt Laporta tonight 0 for 2 with a walk. Set by Mitre and the pitch. And Laporta with a big swing and a miss. Mitre ready with the 0-1. And Laporta hits a high fly ball into right field. Nick Swisher. He'll make the catch. And the runners hold one down. After tomorrow night's game, the Indians will go to Toronto. And then on to Boston. And then back home to take on Minnesota. So they're going to continue to play teams with winning records, teams that are in the hunt, although Toronto's not out of it, but they're 12 games out of the East, and it's going to be tough for them to really make a run at any of those teams in the playoff hunt unless they have a somewhat miraculous turnaround. But I'd have to say right now, from what we've seen so far, the Yankees, well, they've got 63, closing in on 64 wins. So without a doubt, you have to say they're the team to beat. Right after that, I'm not so sure with the addition of Cliff Lee that I wouldn't say Texas is maybe the next best team in the American League right now. And Tampa, they've got great pitching. But I don't think
offensively,
their offense
they could be short. They've got solid pitching, though.
There's a pop down the right field line. Swisher makes a running catch in a foul ground for out number 2. So with 2 on and 2 out, Jason Donald 0 for 3 is the batter. And a little bit outside. Nope, caught the corner. 0-1 the count on Jason Donald. Donald trying to extend this game. If he does, Trevor Crowe would be next. 2 on, 2 out, 0-1 pitch. And the count 0-2. Swing and a miss, and the ball game is over. Mitre comes back to strike out Donald, and the Indians strand 2 more. And that's the kind of night it was for the Indians. Dug themselves a big hole early and could not drive anybody home, and they're shut out tonight. 8-0 is the final score. A.J. Burnett gets the win. He's now 9-8. The losing pitcher is Fausto Carmona. He drops to 10-8 on the season. With the win, Yankees are 64-36. Tribe drops to 42-59. Tonight's play of the game brought to you by KeyBank, banking home of your Cleveland Indians.
Well, A.J. Burnett, he had a pretty good year against the Indians. That was his second start, and he went out there. He's going to go to 2-0. He was dealing. He ended up with 7 strikeouts. Had a good curveball. Looked like in that first inning he was looking for a feel for it, but he found it. He is going to be our KeyBank key play of the game.
So the best the Indians can hope for now is to split this 4-game series tomorrow night here at Progressive Field. Stay tuned. We'll be back with the Conrad's postgame show coming up.